of highly skilled professionals with years of experience in the cybersecurity industry. We use a proactive approach to identify and mitigate threats before they become a real problem. Don't take chances with your digital assets. Choose Vector, your trusted partner in cybersecurity. Vector, keep moving forward.
Let's call up DV Code.
Ideas are powerful. They have the potential to change the world. At Allatris Technologies, Inc., we believe in cultivating ideas into fruitful reality. We offer a range of services that can help your ideas come to life. We are committed to supporting new ideas and clever solutions that have a positive effect on people's lives and companies, while also contributing to a better society. Let Allatris Technologies Inc. help you turn your ideas into reality. Try our software today and experience the power of innovation.
In today's digital age, the internet is both a boon and a bane. While it brings convenience and efficiency, it also exposes us to cyber threats and attacks. With cybercriminals getting smarter and more sophisticated, it's imperative to safeguard your digital assets with the right tools and expertise. Introducing Vector, your ultimate cybersecurity services partner. Our team of experts specializes in providing end-to-end solutions that protect your business from cyber threats, breaches, and vulnerabilities. We understand that every business is unique, and we tailor our services to meet your specific needs. Our comprehensive suite of services includes penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, cyber strategy, compliance management, and more. We work diligently to ensure that your business stays secure and protected from cyber threats. At Vector, we use state-of-the-art technology and industry best practices to keep your business safe. Our team consists of highly skilled professionals with years of experience in the cybersecurity industry. We use a proactive approach to identify and mitigate threats before they become a real problem. Don't take chances with your digital assets. Choose Vector, your trusted partner in cybersecurity. Vector, keep moving forward.
Let's call up DV Code.
Ideas are powerful. They have the potential to change the world. At Alatris Technologies, Inc., we believe in cultivating ideas into fruitful reality. We offer a range of services that can help your ideas come to life. We are committed to supporting new ideas and clever solutions that have a positive effect on people's lives and companies, while also contributing to a better society. Let Alatris Technologies, Inc. help you turn your ideas into reality. Try our software today and experience the power of innovation.
In today's digital age, the internet is both a boon and a bane. While it brings convenience and efficiency, it also exposes us to cyber threats and attacks. With cyber criminals getting smarter and more sophisticated, it's imperative to safeguard your digital assets with the right tools and expertise. Introducing Vector, your ultimate cybersecurity services partner. Our team of experts specializes in providing end-to-end solutions that protect your business from cyber threats, breaches, and vulnerabilities.
Okay, hello. Isang magandang umaga sa lahat. Bago tayo magsimula, tayo muna ay manalangin to be followed by the singing of national anthem para sa ating opening program.
Let us bow our heads and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today. May you bestow your guidance and blessings so that we can enjoy and appreciate its significance in our lives. Bless everyone who are present here today, that each one of us may be able to share our knowledge, understanding, and wisdom for your glory and honor. May the various activities related to this event be a success through your intervention. We all ask of this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Ay, okay.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang mag-ibig, pero sa sinanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magtitindig, luman ang araw ng walhagin pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo, ang inigaya ng pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Hello, hello, hello! Isang magandang umaga sa inyo at welcome dito sa ating first ever webinar session ng ZyberPh Response Team. At ako ang inyong host for today, ang communication and ad specialist ng Alataris Technology, isang senior software developer ng ZyberPh response team, walang iba kundi si Josh. At ako'y nagagalak dahil imagine, this is our first time na webinar session. Pero ang attendees natin ngayon ay napakarami. Pinapakita lang kung gaano kamaraming supporters ang meron ang ZyberPh response team. Since this is our first webinar session, we will make sure na ibibigay namin ang lahat para sa learnings, knowledge na makukuha ninyo sa araw na ito. Ang ating first webinar session ay pinamagatang From Code to Security, Developing Secure Programming Practices. And over the next 3 hours, maririnig natin from the 3 experts in the field of cybersecurity na ibabahagi sa atin ang kanilang insights on secure programming practices. So sa webinar na ito, we encourage you to take notes, ask questions, and engage with our speakers. After each presentation, there will be a time for a Q&A session. So please don't hesitate to share your thoughts or ask for clarification kung kinakailangan. The certificates will be provided at the end of the session. Ilalagay namin mismo sa chat section kung saan kayo ay makakapag-fill up para sa ating e-certificates. At bago tayo magsimula, this webinar session From Code to Security, Developing Secure Programming Practices is sponsored by Alataris Technologies Corporation, Homedesk International, BBCO Technologies Incorporation, Vector Philippines, Homedesk BIO, Kahera POS, Ideas in Accounting, Asada Booking Application, Eklot, Nurse Joe, Nursing CPD Units, Atis Gateway, and of course, our very own Red AI. So wala nang paligoy-ligoy pa. Let's hear our first speaker for today. Our first speaker for today is Denmark Hudilla, who will be introducing us sa mundo ng programming. Denmark is an experienced programmer with years of industry experience, and he will be providing us with an overview of programming concepts, tools, and languages. With over 7 years of programming experience, he have proven their expertise in the field of utilizing their knowledge to climb the ranks in the corporate world. Currently, he is working in a bank based in the United Kingdom. Our speaker is a force to be reckoned with in the finance industry. Additionally, he holds the position of Managing Director in Homedesk International and the Chief Marketing Officer in Alataris Technologies Incorporation, demonstrating his impressive leadership skills and a business acumen. We are thrilled to have such a talented individual share their insights with us today. So without further ado, let's give the floor sa ating first speaker for today, no other than Mr. Denmark Hudilla. Go ahead, bro.
All right, thank you so much, Josh. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Just give me 1 sec. All right, so I hope everyone is doing well and great today. By the way, I'm Denmark. I'm gonna be your first speaker. So I'm also the Chief Marketing Officer of Alataris Technologies and also the Managing Director of Homedesk International. I'm not sure if I am already, if my video is already on. Let me check. All right. Okay, can you guys see me? So it's okay to unmute, guys. What we want to establish here is a very safe and open environment for everyone. And that's the reason why I want you guys to feel free unmute yourselves if in case you have something to add or say. But before that, I think, let me see. Yep, you guys can see me on the screen. That's it. Thank you so much for confirming. All right, so by the way, once again, I'm Denmark. I'm going to be your first speaker. So I have over 7 years of experience in programming. That actually kind of helped me, climb up to specific positions in the corporate world. So when I went through the chat section, I've seen here that some of you are actually students. So I'm really, really excited, to move on this discussion, knowing that you guys are our IT students. So very, very relevant to our discussion for today. All right. First off, let me go ahead and introduce you first to our instructions. So I would appreciate it if you guys can, or maybe some of you, if you have video cameras with you, I would appreciate it if you guys can turn it on, and if not, that's totally fine. And also, guys, I would like to also set expectation that we might be putting you guys on mute all throughout the session because we have a specific timeline that we need to follow. At the same time, is we also have a event. I mean, we also have a time dedicated for the FAQs and questioning. And also, apart from that, if you have questions along the way, by the way, you can actually write it down, and we will cater those later on our FAQ session. All right. Okay. And also, just to manage everyone's expectation, my Tagalog is not really that very good. So I would rather speak in English because that's the language I'm really comfortable talking about. I mean, I'm comfortable using rather. So please do apologize if my Tagalog is super baroque, but I hope you guys would understand that. So without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and start the discussion. So first of all, I think everyone here is I would safely assume that everyone here is either a programming or a computer enthusiast, right? So I would like to ask you guys, based on your own understanding, okay? Based on your own understanding, how do you define programming? By the way, this is our bullet items for today, and we are going to move forward in discussing what is programming. All right. So based on your own definition, what is programming? You guys can write that down in the chat section. If you guys are comfortable unmuting yourself. Yep. So that's correct. These are a set of codes. Very good. Coding, very good. I see Darwin said it's coding. Thank you, John, for putting down your answer. So programming is a simple term, actually. A process, very good. The programming is a coding and much more explorative. Very good, Alvin. So yes, very good set of instructions and procedures. Technically, that is actually correct, right on the head. Programming, in simple terms, is the process of telling a computer what to do by giving it a set of instructions to follow. Just like how we speak different language. Like this is literally a communication of computers from one code to the other. It's pretty much, giving an instruction to computer on what to do first and what to do next. So that is technical in a layman's term. That is what programming is about. All right. So moving on to the next page. Programming involves writing a code or instructions in a programming language that computers can understand. The code tells the computer what to do step by step in order to achieve a specific outcome or solve a problem. For example, you can write a program that tells the computer to add two numbers together, display or display a message on the screen or sort of list. Well, if I can recall it correctly, 7 years ago when I started my programming career with ZyberPh, we started off from creating very, very simple applications. Applications such as a calculating application, an application that registers you to a specific promo code. As simple as those. Like our goal before was to create something that's gonna automate a very tedious task or to automate a task. So that's how we understood programming before. Like it's like a platform that will allow you to create a shortcut of doing a specific or achieving a specific task. So that's what programming is about. I think for us, at the very least, 7 years ago. So, yep, it is used in various fields such as business science, engineering, and entertainment. for creating mobile apps rather. This is actually where this is how we started as a group. We created mobile applications that we shared to everyone literally for free. Our goal back then was to, at least apart from create a group of, to create a network to people that also understands our hobby or understands our our thing. Other than creating the network, is we would really love to create that particular, venue for everyone where we can share our knowledge. At the same time, we can share the applications that we have created. And once you get there, guys, I'm not sure if you guys have already created some applications in your career or whatnot. What's really fulfilling in the programming world is the fact that you have created something, and that particular something made someone else's life much easier. I think that's something very, very fulfilling if you're a programmer. It's already a bonus that someone pays you to pays you to create that certain application. So, and as we move along through the slides, guys, we will discuss some of the items, most especially, how is this programming, the entire programming thing affects your life as an individual? How will it affect your society? And ultimately is, we want to introduce you guys to what are the best programming language based on the survey and reporting. What are the best programming language that has to be learned this year, the 2023. All right. So to get started with programming, we will we will be learning about the practice and the writing of codes. I'm pretty much sure that you guys have the basic understanding already on how to write a code and what the word, or I would say the definition of terms. But along the way, if you guys have a question, or if you encounter something that might be unfamiliar to you, we would appreciate it, guys, if you can write it down, and that way we can cater that on our FAQ session. All right, so moving on to the next slide rather. Okay, so now we will discuss the importance of programming in today's digital world. Now, guys, if you notice, in social media platforms, it could be Facebook, it could be TikTok, whichever social media platforms you guys are using. Majority of it, because right now the applications has this algorithm that if you search for something, it's gonna ultimately suggest you with contents that are related to whatever you have searched. So say for example, you're gonna you're gonna type in chat GPT. I'm pretty much sure that 50% of this crowd right now in this room is familiar with chat GPT, right? So if you search chat GPT, whatever comes in next, like you're gonna go into your reels section or like say for example, YouTube shorts, whatever you search, ultimately it's gonna feed you to feed some contents that are kind of related to what you have searched. And and the algorithm right now, the applications are being built that way. That is actually um the kind of system that we are heading to, most especially that most of the companies right now, the business and all those who the owners of those specific platforms are gearing towards adaptability, and at the same time as machine learning. I think that's the direction that we are heading to. Now, at this juncture, yes, we will move forward and discuss how will this affect us as an individual, and how will this affect the society that we guys are living on today. All right. So next is all right. So right now, guys, I'm pretty much sure that I think most of you here are um, you know maybe tech savvy, knowing that the fact that some of you are really programmers, some of you are even already coding, some of you are even working already on the programming career. We might have not noticed it, but these simple things that we encounter on a daily basis is technically being influenced by programming. So say for example, number one, programming creates innovation and improves investment. We will cater that later on. Secondly, this is also the thing I mentioned earlier. Way back 7 years ago, our goal really when we create apps is to automate something, to create that particular shortcut when doing something. So that's automation. Furthermore, we have data analysis, very, very important if you're already in the corporate world. Just to share something, I started in a BPO company, and pretty much it's a call center, and it's a center setup. So part of our task is really to track, anything related to that. So once you're into programming, you have this mindset already. How can I automate something? There's a very, you know, very good saying. If you're a programmer, if you're someone working on an Excel platform, if you're doing it manually, then you're doing it wrong. Because the very concept of Excel is to automate something. It could be a formula, it could be a calculation, it could be an integration of VBA or any sorts. So data analysis, data gathering, and mind you guys, Excel will be your best friend once you get into the corporate world. So you might, you might encounter Python, you might encounter JS, but I'm telling you, your best friend is gonna be Excel once you get into the corporate world. And lastly, employment. This is the reason why we studied and we went to school, right? Learning programming, because apart from this is what we enjoy. I hope that that's the same feeling that you guys have. We enjoy programming, we enjoy coding, but in terms of financial stability and financial supplementation, programming, or I mean being an IT student or being on that particular career aligned to programming is really, really financially sustainable or financially supportive. So that's one of the perks of really getting yourselves involved into programming. So even right now, you don't have to necessarily go to school, because right now, unlike 7 years ago, everything you want to learn is already in Google. You can even talk to AIs right now to create a program, to create a code. So yes, thank you so much for the inputs, Darwin. Basic programming skills is also essential in cybersecurity. Very good. That is actually where we are heading to, and that will be catered later on. But thank you so much for the inputs. All right, so moving along, we will discuss first the innovation part. So, innovation part here. All right, so programming is the driving force behind many technological innovations and advancements, which is really, really true, guys, right? Um, Anything, it could be on your phone, it could be on in your cars. Like the cars right now are really, really modern in a way that it's already integrating a voice activation and all that. So like majority of the devices you guys are using on your daily life is integrated with programming. So as what we have said, programming has a very huge influence and moving the society, the entire environment to the next level. That's what we have said, innovation and advancements. So programming is a driving force behind many technological innovations and advancements. It allows us to create new tools, products, services that improves our lives and solve real world problems. And again, mind you guys, this is what I'm telling you since earlier. Once you get into the corporate world, programming is really, really a very huge step up if in case you need something, if you need to do something. And the thing there is that if you have the idea to or let's say for example specifically in VBA, if you know how to code, like not like super fancy coding, but a code that works to implement something or to automate a task, then that's gonna definitely help you, get into certain positions. I'm telling you, based on my experience in the corporate world, you know, it's really a very good step up if you have this background. Next is automation. This is what I'm telling you guys. Automation. Like in major factories right now, even on whichever whichever what do you call that? Whichever side of manufacturing would it be, automation is really part of the entire system. So programming enables rather automation of repetitive tasks, saving time and increasing efficiency. This is particularly important in industries such as manufacturing, logistics, and finance, where automation can reduce errors and improve accuracy, which is true, guys, right? If you notice, who you think, let's focus our attention to something that we use daily. So right now, my car is actually in the shop, so I can't drive. So going to the right now, although I'm working remotely, sometimes you're also asked to go on site. So that being said, I have to book myself, a lift or a grab car. So who do you think, calculates the estimated time that you're gonna arrive to your place? And who do you think calculates the amount that you have to spend for that particular ride? So at the back of the entire application, at the back end, who calculates it is the system that you guys have coded. So it's automated. That's what programming is all about, to automate something. To as what we have said, yes, someone just crossed the repetitive task. Yes, this is also to you know enables everyone to really connect to something automatically. That's also what automation is about. All right, so moving on to the next slide, we have data analysis. So this is very, very important. That's what we have said on a business level, on the corporate world. Data analysis is very, very important. Come to think of it, guys. Well, it's very okay for you to do the manual calculation. That's very, very fine. If you're just talking about 1 + 1, 2 + 2, 3 + 3, that's not a problem at all. I don't see any issues doing that manually. But if you're gonna talk about $1,393,400, and you're talking about dollars, you're talking about a very financially impacting amounts and values. That's where the programming kicks in, because you want to, of course, zero out the margin, the errors of the margin error. You want to, of course, make sure that there are always going to be errors. That's true, yes. But what we want to achieve when we create the program or when we automate it is we control the errors. And controlling the errors is very, very simple in programming. You just have to look back, understand the entire concept of your formula, understand the concept of your program, the flow and all of that. You just have to make sure you have a good time to test your formula or your program. Then that's when you present your program to. This is how we usually do it. There's always a stage of every programming levels, right? You just don't create a code and submit it. Most especially if you're talking about money. And guys, mind you guys, programming plays a very critical role in finances. As what I've shared, I'm currently working on a bank right now, based in UK, and financially speaking, okay, programming really plays a major role in making sure that no one gets overpaid and no one gets underpaid. So when we talk about money, we want to automate something that's very, very, I think that's really essential nowadays. And who wants to, if we come to think of it, who wants to calculate numbers, involving yourself into math? I think no one wants, or I think some of you guys loves math, but come to think of it, dealing with numbers every day is kind of um exhausting, right? I would say. So that's the reason why hence you create a code, you let the code formulate it for you or calculate it for you, then your job is going to be much easier, two times easier than expected. All right, so our last item for this slide is employment. As what I have shared earlier, this is the reason why we go to school. This is the reason why we study programming. It creates a lot of employment and job opportunities. I'm not sure, guys, if you have, um, ventured to freelancing yet. I think that while you guys are studying, this is something that as early as now I would rather you guys get yourselves involved into freelancing idea. So in the freelancing world right now, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with um, online job platforms. I would appreciate if we can do some quick engagement. Kindly raise your hands if you have heard about these things. Onlinejobs.ph. Anyone heard of it? Onlinejobs.ph. Okay, I can't see if anyone is raising their hands. I see someone is. Yep, I see one, two, three, four. Yep. Okay, very good. I'm happy that you guys heard of it. How about Upwork? Have you heard about Upwork? Okay, one. All right, so two. Okay, very, very few from this group. Okay, it's okay. All right. Okay, five. There you go. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. So the reason why I am sharing this right now, this is not to hype you up, and this is not to give you that, it's not to give you a full hope, but this is the reality right now. Okay. When you visit those sites, onlinejob.ph, Upwork, what are the jobs that are really, really, what do you call that? Um, Competitive in terms of salary and very, very in demand. Those jobs are related to programming. Either it's about full stack, either it's about back end, front end, you mention it or you name it rather, it is really in demand. And I'm telling you guys, the pay is really, really good. Some of it are even, some of the students right now are even getting paid as much as 50,000 pesos. And that is upfront payment. Some of it are project based, some of it are commission based, but I'm telling you, it's really, it's paying good, you know. And I'm telling you, once you get to that point, once after the session, you might want to bookmark those pages, Upwork, onlinejobs.ph, what else? Fiverr, a lot of online freelancing platforms right now offers a very, very good pay for those programmers who are open to work in a freelancing setup. And the perks of that is that it's not only good paying, you can also work remotely, actually. So that's a very, very good perk that not every career is able to provide. All right. So any question at this point, guys, before I move on to the next item? So, by the way, just a quick recap. Our discussion is only good for an hour. I hope that I can spend more time with everyone, but we have a very, very limited time as well. All right. Thank you so much, JRL. None so far. Okay. All right. So moving on to the next item. So this is something that what Elon Musk mentioned or said, quote, I firmly believe that programming is more important than ever in 2023. The world is changing rapidly, which is, I would agree, definitely. And technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace. To keep up with these changes and drive innovation, programming skills are becoming increasingly essential, which is really true. In 2023, programming will continue to play a critical role in shaping the future of many industries, from autonomous vehicles or renewable energy to space exploration. And this is what we have now, artificial intelligence. Programming skills will be required to develop the technologies that will power these innovations programming is not just about writing code. It's about solving problems. This is what I mentioned earlier. The entire concept of programming is to automate something, to create a shortcut, to create a system, and that way that particular system would work for you without even you watching over it, or what without you overseeing it. So that's the beauty of programming. Now, you know, in addition, he said, moreover, programming is no longer limited to computer science or engineering fields. In 2023, programming will be a core skill in a wide range of industries, including healthcare, finance, marketing, and even art and design. And guys, just to share, some of the applications right now run by AI, they can actually generate. I can't be so sure what the name of the app is, but some of it can actually generate a picture with you just writing it down. So say for example you want to search a frog in a cup. So if you write that down, it's gonna generate that picture or that particular design that is very relevant to what you have just asked from the AI bot. So imagine that kind of capability of an AI. That's ultimately a very handy function. Whoever made that, that's a very huge shout out to them. With the rise of automation, I'm sorry, yeah, with the rise of automation and artificial intelligence, program will also become an important skill for those who want to stay relevant and competitive in the job market. In summary, programming is a critical skill in 2023 and beyond. It will play a central role in driving innovation, solving problems, shaping the future of many industries. Those who possess programming skills will be well positioned to thrive in the rapidly changing world of technology and contribute to creating a better future for all. All right. Now, moving on to the next step, we're actually almost done here, guys. All right. So, based on the data that we have gathered, based on the surveys that we did, here's the list, rather. Here's the list of the forecasted increase of adoption this year. So these are, if you're planning, if you have not started yet, then guys, I'm telling you, if you want to venture out to a different language, from one language to the other, or if you have not started yet, then these are the languages that you guys might want to consider this year, most especially that based on the survey and based on the reporting that we had um, earlier, this past weeks, is these are the languages that will have a high adoption this year. Okay, so we have Python. I'm pretty much sure that some of you guys have heard it already, or for those folks who are on the first or second year, I think this is already included on the induction on in ID programming. Apart from that, C. Okay, use block box. Yes, Alvin. I think that's for the previous slide. Thank you so much. So moving on, guys. These are the slides. These are the languages. We have Python, JavaScript, very, very familiar, and Kotlin. Before I left just to share, guys, actually, this is all about sharing the experience. Before I left the freelancing mobile app development, we were about to move from Android Java. We were about to move to Kotlin. This is also a platform that we use in mobile app development, but unfortunately I got hired to work as a site manager, so I then stopped. So I would say that I'm kind of behind in terms of Kotlin, but I think the fundamentals are still there. It's pretty much the same functions as the Android Java development. So here are some FAQs. I'm not sure if you guys know, but did you know that YouTube is actually made by Python, or the core language that is used to create or develop YouTube is Python. One famous system that this is made by Python is the YouTube application, the networking platform YouTube. YouTube was initially developed in PHP, but in 2006, the development team started using Python. And guys, this is something that I want you guys to write down, okay? It does not mean that you have work in page, or you have work in you're working currently in a PHP platform. that doesn't mean that you're going to be stagnant. You're just going to stay in that particular language. The beauty of programming, guys, is that if you understand the flow, if you understand the system, then you can easily adopt and upskill yourself and move on to the next language, like how the YouTube team did it, right? They started with the PHP. That's the only, I think that was the most available. um Yes, I love JavaScript too. I am also a fan of JS. So going back, thank you so much, JRL. So going back, guys, like what the YouTube team did is that they did not stop growing, and this is very very important. This message goes to everyone. Okay, doesn't mean that you are working in a PHP platform. Does not necessarily mean that you're gonna stay there, right? There's always that urge to learn something new. And that's the beauty of programming. If you understand a certain language, then it's going to be easier for you to understand and or to learn rather to learn a new language. Not really to master it right away, because what it is about is learning, right? We enjoy the process of learning. So what I'm saying here is that if you just understand the fundamentals and the basics and the pillars of the specific language, then it's going to be much easier for you to adopt on the next language that you intend to learn. Okay, so as what we have said from PHP, the YouTube team then innovated or rather advanced and moved to Python. All right, so here's another did you know. All right, did you know that Instagram, these are leading platforms actually, Instagram, Netflix, and Facebook. These are famous, apps, right? So these apps are created from React.js. This is actually a framework that allows developers to create reusable UI components that can be used across different applications. It also offers a virtual DOM, which allows for efficient rendering of changes to the UI without requiring a full page reload. Right? Have any one of you guys here had any interaction or have used rather JS? Who have used here? You can guys raise your hand. Let me see if you guys have interacted with JS. Okay, wow, 2, 3. Okay, I'm seeing React JS, sir. Yep, very good. Okay, very good, MJ. John, Paul, GRL. Okay, very good, guys. All right, so I think most of us have really encountered JS already, right? Moving on to the last did you know part. So did you know, this is also a mobile app. Did you know that Uber is made of Kotlin? But before, I think they did not start with Kotlin. Okay, I think they use a different use a different platform before, and they just move it to Kotlin. One famous app that is made using Kotlin is popular ride hailing service Uber. In 2019, Uber announced that they were switching their Android apps programming language from Java to Kotlin. So Kotlin's interoperability with Java made it an easy choice for Uber to make the transition. And I think, as what I've said, if you have the fundamentals, if you have the pillars of a specific language, then there shouldn't be any issues at all in moving to a different platform. All right. So I think at this juncture, do you guys have any question before we move on to the game? So by the way, Josh will introduce us the prizes for this game. And I am encouraging everyone to really join this game because aside from this is going to be a new learning for everyone, you're going to get prizes for this. But before that, I want to open this stage for everyone if you guys have any questions related to the things that I discussed earlier. All right. Any questions going once, going twice?
So kung meron kayong
Alright.
katanungan, the floor is open na para sa ating Q&A session. So go ahead, huwag kayong mahiya kasi we are ready to accommodate your questions. So kung meron kayong katanungan, go ahead and raise your hand para masagot natin ang inyong katanungan. Okay, ayun. So we have a question galing kay Darwin R. Ayun, kay Darwin R. Tijerero. Okay, yes. Admin, yes, can you please unmute si Mr. Darwin Artejero para ma-accommodate natin yung question? Hello, Darwin, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Ayun, magandang umaga and
Yo,
salamat
good
umaga.
morning.
Yes,
Hi,
salamat
good
sa
morning, sir.
pag-attend. Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead,
thank you
Darwin.
for that. Thank you for that wonderful topic, actually. And being actually, I am a frustrated programmer also, but I focus my skills on the hardware side. I think one of the questions that I would like to raise is in the concept of programming. I think in the as mentioned earlier, there are the efforts to automate process. For example, during the pandemic, there is a need to automate processes. One thing that I would like to know is yun siguro yung consideration on the development side if you are programming or for example developing a system. And I think what was something that is lacking is, for example, is the requirement for the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing of all the systems. So do you think it is a mandatory as part of the consideration of the programming or the coding yung concept ng assessment ng
Security,
output
right?
system doon sa development? Thank you.
All right. That is a very good question. Thank you so much. We are actually about to move on to that particular topic, but I'm just gonna spoil it to everyone, okay? Guys, when we say programming or if you're creating something, the vital part of that is number one, apart from its functionality, what you guys wanted to make sure is the security of what you guys have made, right? It could be a product or specifically, this is not just really talking about programming, guys, okay? Come to think of it, okay? On a daily basis, like say for example, I think it's gonna be better if I'm gonna give an example, right? Whatever you create, guys, or whatever you make, that is your own, right? So if that is your own, if that's something that you made, of course, on top of your head, what you wanted to make sure, what you wanted to secure is the security of whatever you made, right? So what I mean by that specifically is that it boils down to how secured is your application or how secured is or how are you putting security to whatever you're making. And sa point nga ni yung nag-question sa atin, I think that was Bro Darwin, no? Right? Thank you, Bro Darwin, for the question. So the point here is that how can you protect it? Because number one, guys, to give you an example, way back then, and when we create applications, it was really rampant in terms of the digital world at saka sa Android dev or sa Java development before, it was really rampant that if you develop an app and you release it, and then if you don't put any kind of security or anything that will secure your app, namo-modify siya, right? So when we say namo-modify, apart from its function, apart from its integrity, apart from its credibility, ang masisira talaga is you. So what I mean by that is your imprints are there, right? When you create an app, specifically, if you create an app, the developer is always going to be you. But the thing here is that the modifications after that, the modifications after that, the changes that other people might change after that is gonna be on you. So kahit hindi mo naman kasalanan, but because of that kind of modification, baka sinira or something like that, yes, then of course, ultimately yung masisira is you. So bottom line, ultimately my message here is this. If you are making something or if you are planning to produce something, you have to make sure counterpart ng functions mo is really to make sure that you also have something to secure your app. Like say for example, meron ka mga optimization na gagawin sa apps mo. Like you can put security or you can put restrictions such as something that's gonna automatically, parang like you can use special tokens. Kumbaga, if you're handling if you're handling essential IDs, kumbaga, then you can set a token just to at least cover up or mask something or rather mask something. Most especially yun nga yung sinasabi ko kanina is that part talaga ng consideration in creating something is yung security. But thank you so much for that, Darwin. We're actually heading to that discussion already. We're about to do that in few minutes. So I hope that I was able to answer your question, bro Darwin.
Ayun,
Okay.
thank you so much, bro Denmark, for that answer. And sa mga sigurong, I mean, baka meron pa kayong katanungan, don't hesitate, no? Just kindly press the hand raise button sa inyong Zoom application na makikita mismo under sa reactions tab. Yan sa ating platform na Zoom. So meron pa ba tayong katanungan? Huwag kayong mahiya. Go ahead guys. Okay. Ayun, so siguro wala na. Okay, sige, it's okay. Okay, so yeah. So once again, maraming salamat po Denmark for that wonderful insights at knowledge na ibinahagi mo sa amin this morning. And nga pala, no, bago tayo pumunta sa ating next speaker, paalala ko lang ulit ang mga bigating sponsors na meron tayo ngayon. Kasi kung wala sila, wala rin kami dito. So ZyberPh Response Team would like to thank the following sponsors: Alateris Technologies Incorporation, Homedesk International, DBCO Technologies Incorporation, Vector Philippines, Homedesk VIO, Kahega POS, Idearis and Accounting, Pasada Booking Application, Biglot, Nurse Joe, Nursing CPD Units, Atis Gateway, and of course, our very own Rad AI. Okay, so let's move on to our next speaker. Isa din to sa mga bigating speaker na meron ang Alateris Technology Incorporation. Walang
Sorry, Josh.
Yeah.
We will have a few more slides pala. We will have a very quick engagement game for everyone. Okay. So this is just really quick.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
all right.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Okay. So meron tayong game time na i-represent natin ngayon sa ating first speaker sa Denmark, Hudiga. Yes, go ahead, bro. Take it away.
All right. So guys, ito, quick instructions lang for the game, okay? We will have a prize for everyone, definitely, so everyone will join. Instructions lang, okay? Okay, so instructions lang, guys. So, I'll be flashing out a couple of applications. All right? So, what you're gonna do is you are gonna guess kung ano yung language or anong programming language yung ginawa nila, yung ginamit for this application. All right? Now, that being said, I know that some applications are built with different languages. It could be yung integration from C++ and Python, pwede yun, right? But yung question natin here is, what is the core language na ginamit to create the app? Okay, let me repeat that again. There are applications that are built using different languages, okay? But my question would be, the game specifically is, we will guess what's the core programming language used to create or develop the app. All right. Now, few instructions. You can unmute yourself. You can raise your hand, or you can put down your answers in the chat section. Okay. So we will randomly pick the winner, and then the prize will be announced after the game. All right. So are you guys ready? All right, let's go. Please ready your virtual hands. Kindly ready your chat section, because our moderator, we have few folks looking at the chat section to randomly pick the winner if you guys got the right answer. Okay, so the first question, guess the language that's used to create Google Chrome. All right. You can post in 3, 2, 1. JavaScript. Okay, all right. Python, C++. Okay, JavaScript. Okay, so I'll leave it to our moderator. Moderator, please check who has the right answer. The right answer, Google Chrome is primarily built using the C. Yes, there you go. So cut off na 10:02. Cut off ng answers. 10:02, please, record. 10:02, cut off ng answers in chat section. Google Chrome is primarily built using the C++ programming language, along with other languages like JavaScript, HTML, and CSS for its interface. but the core language that was used to create Google Chrome is the C++. All right, okay, please be reminded the cutoff of answer is 10:02. All right, randomly picked. We have our first winner for today. We have Jericho James. Wala bang kamay dyan? Jericho James. All right. I'm sorry. Jericho James, congratulations on winning. All right, we have tagged and recorded your name. You will please reach out to us on how you can claim your prize. All right. Next, are you ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, please clear. I'm clearing off the chat section. Clear, clear, clear. All right, clearing the chat section. All right, so kindly please write it down in the chat section, guys, if you want to win. And the prize, by the way, the prize is very, very fulfilling. I'm telling you guys, you're gonna be surprised. Okay, next is guess the language that's used to create Canva. 3, 2, 1, please post. Post, post, post. Okay. We'll be closing the chat in 10:05. All right. All right. JavaScript, JS. All right. There you go. PHP. Okay. All right. So waiting for 10:05. All right. So once I close the chat section, that's gonna be the end of it. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Right. Keep it coming, guys. We're almost down there. Okay. All right. Java and Python. Okay. Again, let me reiterate myself. The question is, what's the core language that was used to create Canva? Okay. All right. Closing the chat section, please. Last. All right. Thank you, John. The last counted answer will be Ashley Vert Ayongan. Thank you so much for the answer. All right. Okay. All right. So the answer is, so Canva is primarily built using web technologies such as HTML, CSS, and ultimately JavaScript. So whoever posted JS will be considered HTML and CSS. I am seeing Mark John here completed the entire answer. So we will have our moderator to select the winner, please, randomly. All right, the correct. Okay, so we have randomly picked the winner. We have Alvin Importante. Yep, Alvin Importante, congratulations, bro. You win a prize. So we have, take note of your name. We have recorded your timestamp. Please get with us after this session and that way you can redeem your prize. All right, so we have, don't worry, guys. We have 3 more. And this is going to be quick, okay? So closing the chat section. All right, closing the chat section. All right, so please ready your hands. Please ready your chat section. This is gonna be this is the 3rd entry for the day. And we have 2 more after this. So what is the core here? What's the core language used to create ChatGPT? All right. All right. Okay. We will be closing the chat section in 10:08. All right. All right. So keep it coming, guys. Keep it coming. The prize is something that you guys will be surprised. I'm telling you guys. The prize is really, really good. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So while you guys are posting it, I'm actually preparing our background music to make our environment more lively. All right. Hold on. Let me reshare my screen. All right. All right, I'm sorry for the background music. This is only what I have. This is what I can think about. All right, Python. Okay, we'll be closing in 3, 2, 1. Close. The last entry is Joe Moore, Bruin. All right. So, all right. Oops, sorry. Okay, so the answer is ChatGPT has a large language model. It is built using combination of several languages, but it is used by Python. Great. So, moderator, can you please check? The correct answer is Python. All right, so our winner is actually Vert Ayungon. So we have tagged your name, and at the same time, we have collected your timestamp. Thank you so much. All right, so we're down to 2 more. This is actually next. All right. Guess the language that is used to create Windows, or now known as Microsoft Defender. All right, C++, C++, JavaScript, C++. All right. Okay, I'll be closing the chat section in 10:10. All right, moderator, can you please check? All right. Okay, keep it coming, guys. We will randomly pick the winner. All right. Okay, it's still 10:09. Keep it coming. Still 10:09, guys. Keep it coming. All right. All right. Okay, let me see. All right, closing in 3, 2, 1. All right. Okay, guys. So the last entry is Vince Minor. And our random player is, let me see. So we have Ruel Destor. Thank you so much for joining and congratulations on winning the prize. All right. Okay. All right. And this is going to be our last question for the day, guys. Give me 1 sec. All right. I'm just preparing the next slide. All right. So the last entry is, what's the core language used to create Avast security antivirus? All right, C++, Java. Okay, Python. Okay. All right. Okay, we'll be closing the chat section in 10:12. Kindly please take note. All right. So for those winners, for the first 4 winners today, kindly please message us, ZyberPh response team, and that way you can redeem your prize. Okay. All right. So we are closing the chat section officially in 3, 2, 1. Keep it coming. Okay. All right. So our random winner is Leon Ibalio. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, but please correct me if so. Avast is a complex software. It is created using the core. The core programming is used that is used rather. I'm sorry. It's a C++. So all right, so here are winners again. Let me reiterate that we have Jericho James, Alvin Importante, Ashley Vert Ayongon, Ruel Distor, and Leon Ibalio. All right. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us on the game, and of course, thank you so much for joining us on this particular session. And congratulations for those winners. We have collected your names already. So, guys, please reach out to us. Send us a message rather in a Zyber page response team. So we will expecting your chats. In that way, we can give you instructions on how to redeem the prize. All right. Okay. So, guys, in conclusion, before I end this session, programming has a profound influence in our daily lives in many ways, from the apps we use on our smartphones to the systems that power the internet. Programming has become an essential part of modern life. Programming enables us to automate tasks, solve complex problems, and create new products and services that improve our quality of life. For example, programming has enabled us to develop new medical technologies that save lives, create intelligent systems that help us make decisions, and create innovative new businesses that disrupt traditional industries. And as technology continues to evolve and new programming languages and tools emerge, the influence of programming on our daily lives will only continue to grow. It is important for individuals and organizations to stay up to date with the latest development in programming to stay competitive and take advantage of the opportunities that arise. So again, guys, that has been me, Denmark Cordelia. Thank you so much for allowing me be part of your session for today. And thank you so much. I have enjoyed the entire session. We'll be catching up to you soon. Bye-bye.
Ayun. So thank you once again, Bro Denmark Cordelia, for sharing your knowledge sa ating mga tagapakinig ngayon. And thank you din sa pagbigay ng yung pagpabigay ng lago. And very active na mga attendees natin. And once again, congratulations sa mga winners natin. Namely, si Jericho James, Alvin Importante, Ashley Burt Ayungon, Ruel Distor, and si Leon Ibalyo. So to claim your prize, just simply message nyo kami sa aming Facebook page, which is ang ZyberPh Response Team. And we will give you the instructions on how you can claim your prize. Ayun. So thank you so much. And at this juncture, I believe ready natin yung next speaker, isa sa mga poging city ng Latex Incorporation, walang iba, hindi si Kevin Pabua. So, Kevin, to know more about Kevin is a highly accomplished professional with a wealth of experience in software programming. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Information Technology and has since dedicated his career to the field. Calvin has over 5 years of experience in software programming and has made significant contributions to the industry. He previously held the position of senior full-stack developer for 2 years at Wella School Systems, where he made a lasting impact on the organization. Currently, Calvin is the Chief Technology Officer of Alateris Technology Incorporated. In this role, he oversees the technological advancement of the organization and ensures the smooth running of operations. Calvin is a highly esteemed member of ZyberPh Response Team since 2016, where he has dedicated his time and expertise in ensuring the safety and security of online systems. Calvin also received numerous accolades for his outstanding work in the field. He won second place at the 2022 Blockchain Reader Hackathon, showcasing his expertise in the blockchain technology. He also won second place at the 2018 coding competition held at the USTP, demonstrating his skills in software programming. Calvin was also recognized as a Kahami Leadership nominee in 2017 at the Society of Information Technology Enthusiasts, further highlighting his leadership qualities and dedication to the industry. In conclusion, Kevin Pabua is an exceptional IT professional with a wealth of experience and expertise. His contributions to the industry have been invaluable, and we are honored to have him here today. So please join me in welcoming our second speaker for today, no other than ang isa sa mga pinakapoging CTO ng Alateris Technology, walang iba kundi si Mr. Kevin Pabua. Take it away, bro.
All right, thank you for the introduction, DJ Josh. Napakalakas ng energy. So wait, share ko muna yung presentation ko for today. All right, so nakikita ba? Raise your feet. Apa. All right. Teka. So, yun guys, no? I'll be talking about secure programming from code to confidence, no? So, ano yung ibig sabihin natin with code to confidence, no? It is a phrase, no, that refers to the process of developing understanding or mastery of programming dun sa language mo, no? Like for example, master ka na ng Python, then you can code with confidence. Now with coding with confidence, guys, no, it goes with saying na your code is secure, right? So dapat when we code, we make sure that what we are making is secure, no? So yeah, so let's proceed. Yun. So I'm Kevin Pabua, currently Chief Technology, CTO of Alatiris. I'm also a full stack developer. No, I've been a member of ZyberPh since late 2015, more or less. Yeah, so I started joining ZyberPh, I think high school. I think fourth year high school ako, no? So medyo matagal na, bata pa ako noon. And fun fact, no? I started programming at grade 3. No, I use Turbo C. If sino familiar ba kayo ng Turbo C, guys? Meron bang familiar ng Turbo C dito? Matatandang kagaya ko. Ayun, si JRL. Yan. So, may nakapagsabi sa akin na ginagamit pa daw yung Turbo C. So, that's a big question, no? Kasi sobrang, ano ba, matatawag nating napakatanda na ng IDE na ito. So, si Turbo C, guys, is not a programming language, no? Isa siyang IDE lamang, no? Para mag-code ng C, which is C ang yung programming language natin. So, huwag nating kalimutan yan. I also learned HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, also PHP back in the day, no? So, I was very a curious kid back then. So, let's start with our topic for today, code to confidence, no? So, yung mga may tanong kanina kay Denmark, kay Sir Denmark, I think si Darwin yon about sa coding na i-secure natin yung mga invulnerabilities. So, we will discuss that here, no? Also, andito din si Sir Al Francis to expound the topic about securing, no? So, if nakikita nyo sa screen nyo, code to confidence, no? Meron tayong 4 steps. Pansinin nyo muna yung nilagay kong picture dyan, no? It doesn't work. Why? It works. Why? No? Parang sinasabi na nagko-code ka pero hindi ka confident, hindi mo alam yung ginagawa mo. So, we don't want to be that person, no, na parang nagko-code ka lang kasi may sweldo ka, nagko-code ka lang kasi parang wala lang, ginagawa mo lang. That's okay. Although okay siya if it's a personal project, like for fun lang, nagko-code ka. But when you are going into the corporate world, if you are handling thousands, millions of data, personal data of users, no, guys, we have to be confident with our code, no, na they are secure, the database is secure, somewhat like Facebook, no? Facebook is held as unhackable daw yung Facebook, pero yung butas lang doon ni Facebook is yung mga users niya, pero the platform itself is unhackable daw. I don't know if that's true, but good for them. So let's start with code planning. This is the detailed plan for the code you will write now. So it is about coming up with a plan to write the code, if ano yung plausible ba yung code natin, yung project mo, pwede bang, kaya bang ma-achieve, no? That's the first part before coding. Now, the second part is the code development, no? Identifying and mitigating potential vulnerabilities sa system mo na gagawin. So the longest step, so basically code development is the longest step, no? Also the most important part, in where you will have to code with security in mind. Ganun yun siya, guys, no? Then the third part would be code testing. As important as code development, no? Penetration testing, vulnerability scanning, and code review, no? Especially yung code review, no? Napaka-importante yon to code with confidence, no? So the best way would be the first part would be testing your own code. Now, if you are working with a team sa isang corporate world, is meron naman tayong tinatawag na QAs, no? Yung mga kalaban ng mga programmers. Sila yung mga, oops, itong code mo, hindi pwede to. So, ito yung mga kalaban natin, di ba? Yung mga QA. Sino yung mga nagtatrabaho dyan na kalaban talaga yung mga QA? Also, for the last part, no, we will be talking about code deployment. So, what is code deployment? So, syempre, if natapos mo nang i-develop, at saka i-test yung version 1 ng code mo, then you will proceed to deployment, no? I-release mo na sa world yung bagsik ng app mo, di ba? The last part, but most definitely not the least, using automation, secure channels, and more to ensure safety of your code to the server, no? So why do we need to use automation, also secure channels in deploying our codes, no? I will try to explain that very carefully along the way. So let's start with the introduction to code planning, no? I mean, this is the introduction for the whole topic pala, no? Security is a critical part of software development. As code becomes more complex, the potential for security breaches also increases. Tama. Developing secure programming practices is essential to ensure that code is secure and reliable. Ayun. In this presentation, we will explore the importance of secure programming practices and how to develop them. We will examine the different stages of code development and how to ensure that each stage is secure. Ayun. First is code planning, no? The first step in developing secure programming practices is to plan the code. This includes outlining the goals and objectives of the code, no? As well as determining the best way to code it, no? Of course, guys, before touching the keyboard, you have to come up with a plan with your team or with yourself if you are a lone wolf, di ba? Na ipaplan nyo muna yung mga dapat gawin. What language are we gonna use? Parang ganon, di ba? This will help you ensure the code is secure and efficient. Tama, no? If pansinin nyo yung may nilagay akong picture dyan, no? Weeks of programming can save you hours of planning. So baliktad yan, guys, no? If hindi nyo gets, no? Supposedly, weeks of hours of planning can save you weeks of programming. So medyo may pagka-meme yan, meme, no? So better i-take note nyo yan, guys, no? Na unahin talaga yung planning before anything else. No? Plan ahead of time the do's and don'ts na gagawin nyo para sa program nyo or sa app na gagawin nyo, di ba? Also here, no? Define your requirements. Define your requirements and make sure that they are specific, measurable, and achievable. So parang gumagawa rin kayo ng capstone. Alam ko maraming students here na gumawa ng capstone, thesis, di ba? Isa sa gustong, isa sa mga planning is yung achievable ba yun, no? The budget, the skills that you have, kaya ba? So defining your requirements always make sure that when you are trying to build a software or web app, no guys, you have to take into consideration the project is plausible, if you have the right budget, if you have the right tools. Yeah. So is it possible pa this time of the meron na ba tayong technology that can do this, parang ganon? Or meron na bang hardware good enough to make your project plausible, no? So as we know guys, no, in 2023 nag-boom yung AI. I think late 2022, 2023, parang nag-boom yung AI, ChatGPT, 'di ba? So madaming nagsasabi na yung ChatGPT daw pwedeng gayahin. Yes, pwede siyang gayahin kasi yung model ng paano gawin si ChatGPT is open source, guys. The only problem is the requirements. ChatGPT uses A100 chip, guys, no? That A100 chip from NVIDIA cost around $27,000. That's most likely 1.5 million. Diba? Tapos binibigay sa atin ni ChatGPT ng libre. Tapos rereklamo ka pa kasi may downtime. Parang gano'n, di ba? So if you're planning to make ChatGPT of your own, then prepare 1.5 million. More or less, hindi lang isang A100 chip yung ginamit ni OpenAI for developing ChatGPT. Multiple yon, no? So if you have multiple money in your bank account, why not? So next, choosing the correct stock, no? So what we mean by correct stock, guys, no, is stock. What I mean by stock is the language, no. We all know, we all have our different favorite programming languages, di ba? Pwede paki-type ng mga favorite programming languages, no, para malaman ko kung ano yung mga languages ng mga tao dito. Pa-type na lang sa chat. Kotlin, yan. JS, COBOL, ayun, grabe sir. Al Francis pala, yun. Sa next speaker. Python, JavaScript, PHP, VB, Java, yun, VB.NET, yun, pa, no? Alright. .NET, C++, Bench, JS. Alright, thank you. Now we have our favorite different languages, no? So, pero it doesn't mean, guys, no, that this specific application or software na gusto nyong i-make or gagawin is para dyan sa project na yan, no? We have to take into consideration the scalability or how secure is the language, no? Let's say, for example, we have language A and language B. Now, there are trade-offs between languages, guys, no? Hindi sila talaga parehong-pareho. Although, sabi nila, syntax lang daw yung magkaiba, pero I don't think so. Mayroon talagang disadvantage at advantages yung mga different programming languages right now. Let's say, for example, madaling mag-code sa Python. Sa C++ naman, medyo may complexity, pero napakalakas ng C++, di ba? Compared sa Python. Now, you have to take into consideration the scalability. Language A compared to language B, is language A more performant than language B in single processing, multi-threading, parang ganon, guys, no? So, if you are developing applications na the priority is fast dapat, no? So, let's say for example, React Native versus Flutter, parang ganon, no? So, tapos gusto mong mas fast yung pag-code nyo, no? Mabilis ma-build yung code. Now, if galing ka sa JS, galing ka sa React JS, now React Native would be the good programming languages, no? Language to use when you are trying to build parang 1 month lang yung build time nyo, then better go with React Native, no? Kasi mabilis yung learning curve nyo. If you are from React JS or JavaScript, parang ganon. Now, if your priority is mabilis talaga, yung parang native, close to native yung ano ba, yung speed ng application nyo, yung performance, is you should go with Flutter. Because Flutter, on the other side, is kino-compile niya into native language. Parang ganon. That's the method of Flutter, no? Pero if gusto nyo talaga ng pinakamabilis is then go with the native, truly native yung tawag nila, no? Java, parang ganon. So take that into consideration, no? Also, next one would be plan your data structures, no, guys? For me personally, I take almost hours or even days to decide the structure of the database before starting to code, no? Yung iba, mostly diretso na sila sa start without even thinking the bottlenecks na magagawa ng mga structure ng codes, structure ng data nila sa database, di ba? If you are just going coding right away without thinking about how to handle your data more efficiently, then most likely magkaka-bottleneck kayo along the way, no? Then passwords, no? Nakalagay diyan, encryption, no? Most nung mga iba diyan is hindi marunong mag-encrypt ng mga personal data kagaya ng passwords. Kaya kung nahack man sila, nakuha man yung database nila, GG yung mga customers, 'di ba? That's most likely that's the death of your company. Parang ganon, di ba? So also, for the planning is use best practices. Nag-share ko lang tong 3 na principles, no? We have dry, kiss, and yagni. So sa dry, don't repeat yourself, guys, no? So when we say don't repeat yourself in coding is, let's say for example, meron tayong file A and file B. Now, meron kang na-declare na function dito sa file A, tapos gusto mong gamitin doon sa file B. First thinking mo is, so ikakopy mo na lang yung code from file A to file B. Now, in the principle of don't repeat yourself, guys, we want to, paano ba? Gusto natin na isang declaration lang yung function doon, no? The one way would be to create a file C. Now, file C would be containing all the functions na reusable. So let's say nandun sa file C yung function na gusto mong gawin, no? File A, B, and C. So yeah, although global function, yeah, tama ka JRL, global function, parang ganun. So yun yung parang concept ni don't repeat yourself, guys, no? So we want to import the function from file C to file A and file B. Now, what's the advantage of this, no? If you have security breaches or somewhat like parang, uy, nahack tayo, we want to check the functions. Now, if hindi natin ginamit yung dry principle, dalawang files or most likely, let's say for example, may 100 files kayo, then i-check niyo yun one by one, di ba? Saan yung function dito na parang ganyan, ganyan. So, what if ganun yung concept nyo, no? May dry kayo na principle, don't repeat yourself. So, si file C lang yung i-check nyo compared to checking multiple files. So, parang ganun. Also, keys, no? Madali lang tong i-memorize, guys, no? Dry, kiss, yagni. So, keep it simple, stupid. Now, yung mga programmers natin mahilig i-complicate yung mga bagay na sobrang simple lang naman, no? Making it complex doesn't make it more secure, no? that's most likely the best way to explain it, no? Na hindi ibig sabihin na sobrang complex ng code mo is mas secure siya. may downside pa nga yan, di ba? Kasi pag nagdi-debug kayo, what am I looking at? Spaghetti code. Parang ganon. No? So as much as possible, keep it very simple that even non-coders could read your code. No? Parang, anong tinatawag dun? Graceful na coding. No? Also, the last would be Yagni. You aren't gonna need it. So what is a Yagni, guys? No? Ganito kasi tayo mga programmers, no? We look too far in the future. Ano? So, let's say for example, gumawa ka ng single function tapos gumawa ka pa ng another 3 functions kasi na-look out mo daw yung future na, uy, baka ganito yung gawin ni user, ganyan, ganyan. Pero along the way, hindi pala needed. No? Mga malicious na tao, yung mga hindi pala needed na function is ginamit nila to make butas sa codes nyo, di ba? So as much as possible, add features only if it is required, guys, no? Wag nating dagdagan yung mga codes natin, lalo silang ano ba, magiging bloat lang yun, no? So don't look too much in the future. Ganun yung Yagni. So guys, take note nitong tatlong principle na to. If you are working na sa especially foreign countries, itatanong to, no? Yung mga ano bang mga principles mo? What are the principles that you know? No, pwede niyo sabihin I use dry keys principles, parang ganon, di ba? Plus points 'yon. Next, ano ba? Yun. Dito na tayo sa code development. Tignan muna natin yung mga memes natin dyan. No? Why do you always use I, J variables in loops? No? Programmers, it's the law. But most likely, it's not the law. It's very frustrating to see I and J variables in loops. No? As much as possible talaga, dapat alagyan natin ng magandang pangalan yung mga variables natin, guys. So, yun pa. Not itong meme na to, hindi kasha. So, I think ito is not sure if I am good at programming or good at Googling. So, meme lang yan. So, once goals and objective, once the code has been planned, it's time to start developing it. This includes writing code, testing, debugging it. During this process, it is very important to ensure that the code is secure and reliable. No? So let's proceed. Ito, yung mga steps, no? Secure coding principles, mitigate common vulnerabilities, compliance and regulatory requirements, and training and education. So, secure coding principles, guys. Ano ba yung mga coding principles na dapat natin, no? Input validation. Back in the days, no? Long uso pa yung mga hacking, yung mga ano ba yun, mga SQLI, no? Gagamitin lang ng backtick or yung single quotation mark, masisira na yung buong, may expose na yung intestine ng database nyo. SQLI, yeah, tama. Sir Al Francis, Jarrell, tama. No? So, authentication, yung mga when I say authentication, guys, is yung permission level ng bawat user, no? Yeah, access control, error handling, also and encryption. Yeah, nakita nyo yung meme dyan sa kilid. Yung user is admin and password din is admin. Don't ever do that, ba? Parang ginawa mong padlock yung no? Yung junk food, no? Number 2 is to mitigate common vulnerabilities, no? Ito, ang mga common talaga. Injection attacks, XSS, yung sabi ni Sir Al, and buffer overflows. Madami yan. Yan sa math, no? Buffer overflows were common in, I think were common on, ano nga yun? Solidity, no? Sa Web3, common yan. So, daming perang nakuha ng mga exploiters, no? Using buffer overflows. Yan, root din yung password. Also, next would be compliance and regulatory requirements, no? complying with industry standards and regulatory requirements such as HIPAA, PCI DSS, GDPR, and OWASP. No? Yung HIPAA, guys, is compliance for the healthcare. So if you are planning to make apps or software about healthcare, then you need to be aligned with HIPAA compliance, no? Healthcare related organizations and their vendor. So si PCI DSS naman is yung payment card industry data security standard, guys, no? So the compliance is adherence to the set of policies and procedures developed to protect credit card, debit, and cash card transaction. This is to prevent the misuse of a cardholder's personal information. Now, guys, this is very important if you are planning to make a mga e-commerce na website for personal use, parang ganon. Most likely, gusto nyo i-store yung mga information ni buyer, di ba? So, PCI DSS has established some rules or compliance that you should follow para hindi kayo masuntok sa ulo ng mga NBI yan, ano? Also, GDPR compliance means an organization that falls within the scope of General Data Protection Regulation, no? So para siyang data protection na data personal protection in as defined by the law of your country, no? Depende yan kung saan ka. Yes, tama, Sir Darwin, Data Privacy Act, ganun. Also, we have OWASP, no? Sir, kung document management system, anong compliance and regulatory requirements na i-apply? Lalo na kung file is confidential. Oh, yung mga ganyan, yung mga confidential files is sa GDPR yan, no? Kasi may mga personal files yan na need i-comply as defined by the law of your country. Depende, na iba-iba kasi yan per country. Sa US, pwede ito. Sa Philippines, bawal ito. Sa Germany, pwede ito. Parang ganun yan. So yung mga documents is most likely, let's say for example, birth certificate document yun, di ba? We have to comply with GDPR. Also, nakadepende yun if may law yung country mo, if Philippines ka or not. Yes, depende sa country. Yes, tama, Sir Al Francis. Alright, so yun. Nasagot ko ba yung tanong mo, JRL? Alright, thank you. Also, lastly would be training and education. Importance of ongoing training and education for developers so they can stay up to date with the latest security trends and best practices. Now, funny story, guys. No, I have this a Data Privacy Act of 2012. Yan, madami pala tayong mga experts dito. So, if may tanong kayo, may makakasagot talaga dyan sa chat, no? Ito palang training and education, guys, no, is somewhat like yung mga developers is we have the duty to be updated on the trends, no? The latest hack or the latest vulnerabilities na meron yang language na yan. Ayan, toktogaak. Hello? Sino ba yan? Alright. Malakas yung manok na. Alright, next natin. Also, no, sa training and education, if may mga employers man dito, no, please make sure na yung mga developers nyo is up to date talaga sila, no? Kasi may mga developers ngayon na ayaw talagang they don't want to learn something new. Ayaw nilang, ewan ko ba, what they are thinking, they are still on the caveman way, no? We don't want to be that person, guys, no? We want to be stay updated, read articles, go read software development, open sources, parang ganun, no? So next would be to use Git. No, what is Git? Alam ko madaming students dito may familiar, meron ding hindi familiar sa Git. So ano ang Git, guys, no? Let's say for example, we want to share files with our co-developers, no? Madami kasing developer in one company, parang ganun, di ba? So we use Git as a file sharing. Also, we use Git to somewhat like trace the changes in our code, parang ganun. Paano ba? Yung pinaka-simpleng way explanation dito is if nakagamit na kayo ng ano ba? Google Docs, parang ganun. If magta-type ka doon, makikita mo din yung isa. So parang collaboration siya, no? Yung Git. That's the simplest way. Also, yung mga hindi gumagamit ng Git, ewan ko ba if saang lupalop kayo pinanganak, no? Yung iba may funny story is I think may nasabi sa akin na hindi daw sila gumagamit ng Git, no? Hindi sila gumagamit ng Git. Ang ginagamit daw nila is AnyDesk or mga TeamViewer, ganun lang. So, nagko-code sila sa isang remote desktop. So, I don't know what they are thinking. Ano ba yung process of the mind nila na ginagamit nilang ganun na way, no? Tapos, pag nade-deploy sila ng software, is kinakopy lang nila over. Parang ganun. No? Parang ayaw nating magaya sa ganun, guys, no? As much as possible, use Git. Kaya nilagyan ko lang exclamation point, no? 4 na exclamation point, no? Yan, so may naka-GitLab ba daw? Mayroon. GitLab, GitHub, ano pa? Bitbucket. So, kahit anong gamitin nyo, basta use Git, guys, no? So, unahin natin yung meme, no? What naming convention you use for Git branches, no? What's a branch? I only work in master, no? Guys, using master is good if you are making personal projects lang, no? Pero if you are working with a team, branching is really important. Branching, this is particularly useful when working on features that may not be ready for the main code base or when testing experimental changes, no? Siguro yung mga iba dito nakatry na mag-Git, pero hindi pa rin familiar kung ano yung mga features ni Git, no? Si Git, guys, is meron siyang feature na tinatawag na branching. Ito yung, let's say for example, ano ba? Magandang example is, let's say for example, kung gumagawa kayo ng thesis, is meron kayong thesis 1, final. Thesis 2, pinaka-final. Thesis 3, pinaka-final na talaga. Parang ganun, di ba, guys? Ginagawa natin. So, yes, tama si Sir Al, no? Version control, no? Para hindi kayo gumawa ng parang version 1, version 2, version 3 of final thesis, no? Gawa kayo ng branching. So, this is for the test na branching, staging na branch, and development na branch, and also the main branch or the master branch. Parang ganun, guys. Also, very important is ang code review, no? This process ensures that all code is thoroughly reviewed before it is merged into the main code base. Now, that is why very important yung branching, guys. So, let's say for example, yung starting branch natin is a development, no? Gusto natin ipasa kay QA. Let's say for example, i-merge natin siya doon sa test na branch, no? So si test na branch is si QA yung mga naghahari doon, no? Tapos si QA, siya yung magsasabi na I don't like your code. This is very pangit. Parang ganun, di ba? Your code is vulnerable. So ibabalik ni QA yun sa'yo. So kukode ka naman again doon sa development branch. And merge mo again doon sa test na branch, no, guys? Parang ganun. Also, we have staging branch. Ito yung mga, especially sa mga web na applications, no? We have staging na branches. Ito yung mga parang ite-test mo sa browser, parang ganun, no? Simple terms lang gusto kong sabihin sa inyo. So that is code review. Code review is most likely meron kayong senior developer or QAs, no, guys, sa inyong company. if wala talaga kayo, like personal project nyo, lone wolf kayo, then you can code review yourself, no? Reducing the likelihood of introducing security issues, no? Next, yeah, just use Git. So pansinin niyo muna yung picture, no? Sabi niya, Bob, all your commit messages say small changes. Next time, please write meaningful messages. No, nilagay niya lang meaningful messages. So as much as possible, guys, when you are trying to Git commit push, as much as possible when you are utilizing Git, guys, we have to put meaningful messages, no, for our code developers, no. Let's say for example, nag-push ka lang dyan na fix, parang nilagay mo lang is fix. Di maintindihan ng ibang developers or code developers mo yung anong ibig sabihin mo. Anong file yung gusto mo, anong file yung finix mo, anong specific invulnerability yung finifix nitong file, itong commit na to. So, as much as possible, no, lagyan natin ng meaningful na message, no. Let's say for example, fix, tapos lalagyan niya ng login, input validation, parang ganun, di ba? So meron tayong security policies. Git allows for the implementation of security policies such as requiring developers to use two-factor authentication, enforcing strong passwords, ensuring that all code is signed off by a designated reviewer, yung sabi ko kanina, may reviewer, before being merged into the main code base, no? So, sa Git kasi guys, meron siyang parang organized kasi hindi ma-merge yung code mo sa ibang branch if hindi na-approve ni, no, hindi siya na-approve ni reviewer, parang ganon. Also si Git guys is meron siyang audit trail, no? Bawat push mo diyan sa Git guys is merong logs, no? Para siyang mababasa mo talaga ano nangyari step by step. Sino yung may kasalanan kung bakit na-hack tayo. Fix bug 136. Yes, tama. No? Kasi may responsibility kayo bawat code na pinupush nyo sa inyong repository, no? Doon matitrace natin sino yung si developer A or si developer B pala yung may kasalanan. Goodbye developer B, parang ganon, di ba? Git maintains an audit trail of all changes made to the code, which can be reviewed to identify who made what changes and when. This is useful for troubleshooting, identifying security issues, and ensuring compliance with industry standards and regulation. Kasi yung iba dito, pag gusto nang mag-resign, sinisira yung code. Wag ganun. No? Alright, let's proceed. Ito naman, isa sa mga simple but deadly na mga misuse of environment variables, no? Thou shall not push your env files, no? Ito namang picture, can't push your env to the repo if you delete your env file. Pwede din. So, env files contain sensitive information that if exposed, guys, no, could lead to security breach. For example, if an API key is included in the env file, an attacker who gains access to the key could potentially access sensitive data or carry out unauthorized actions. Tama rin. Git ignore. Yes, tama yung way mo, no? Para di siya ma-push yung .env files nyo is i-put nyo sa git ignore. Also, guys, is meron akong isang example talaga, no, na nangyari siya before. Ano ba yan? I think that was, ano ba, 2020 ba yan? Parang ganun. May certain developer na push niya yung env file niya dun sa private, kasi yung repository ng isang company is private naman, di ba? Now, what happened is confident silang i-push yung env files nila, no, sa repository nila kasi private. Now what happened was ginawang public yung repository. So ang nangyari is na-access yung repository after mga I think 2 days or 3 days. Ang bill nila sa house no is naging 1 million. So kasi yung house keys yung AWS keys yung nalagay nila sa ENV file. So may nakakuha ng access tapos ginawang Bitcoin miner. So naging almost more or less 1 billion yung bill nila, no? So yan, may share si Sir Al. So therefore, it is very recommended to add ENV file to your git ignore, no, file to ensure that it is not pushed to the Git repository. Instead, you can share the necessary environment variables with your team members, no, securely. Yan. Ano, may hacker talaga tong si Sir Al Francis, nagbigay siya ng Google Docs, no? So Sir Al Francis will be explaining attack and defending, no, later on. Okay, proceed. Ito naman, maintainable code, guys. Very simple concept but very effective, no, in securing your applications. Ito naman, itong picture na to, can actually code gets chewed out because writing maintainable code takes a long time, no? Now, to the employers na nakikinig dito, no, mga employers, wag niyo mabilis, wag niyo wag niyo i-rush yung developers niyo kung gusto niyo maging secure yung mga code, yung application itself, no? May downside talaga yun. Gusto niyo mabilis. I think lahat naman ng mga employers dito gustong mabilis yung pagkagawa ng mga apps nila. Pero may downside yan. Kasi pinabibilis nyo yung development process, di ang gagawin ng developer, madaming steps na may skip yan, no, guys? So as much as possible, don't pressure them, no? Yeah, and let them do their thing, no? Write clean and clear code, no? Use consistent naming, guys. Conventions, indentations, comments, and formatting. Now, meron tayong mga programmers na naglalagay ng comments. Pero yung comments naman is hindi talaga naintindihan, no? Comments na nga lang. Kung maglalagay kayo ng comments, guys, please make it sure na yung code developers mo is nakakaintindi, di ba? This will make it easier for the other developers to understand the work with your code, no? Also, document your code, no? Write documentation that explains the purpose and functionalities of your code. This will help other developers understand your code and how to use it. Also, refactor regularly, guys, no? As if may extra time kayo, you can refactor your code. I know na writing a code right away doesn't mean that it is the best code that you can give. I mean, you can write, no? You can try to reread your codes. This can, let's say for example, you have function A, tapos binasa mo, oy, pwede pa pala itong mas pabilisin, no? Yung function. Yeah. Also, next, code encryption. Ito yung picture natin. Itong GDB, guys, is an assembly code to see, I think ito yung mga reverse engineering na tools, no? Yung mga .exe files natin, nire-reverse engineer ng mga hacker, no? Parang ganun, no? Let's say, parang ganun. Now, code encryption, although not ano ba yan? Anong term doon? Hindi ini-ensure ng code encryption na sobrang secure talaga ng code mo, no? Kasi kaya nga sinabi ko kanina na updated talaga dapat kayo kasi every day, every time, every hour na nagtetenga kayo is may mga hacking tools na na-develop, no? Kasi for example, gumawa kayo ng tools kagabi, ng app kagabi, tapos kinabukasan is nagawa na yung hacking tool na sisira ng app mo. So wala rin, no? So let's stay updated, no? So code encryption helps protect an organization's intellectual property by preventing unauthorized access to proprietary code, no, guys. So ayaw naman nating i-share yung mga codes natin sa mga hackers, no? In industries such as software development, where the code is the core asset, no? Yun yung asset talaga. That's the money making, no, na asset, yung codes natin. Encryption can help protect the organization's competitive advantage. Ito, preventing reverse engineering. Now, meron, not sure, pero I'm not sure kasi yung code encryption most likely is dun sa mga desktop developers, no? Yung mga apps talaga ng .exe. Yun yung mga nare-reverse engineer talaga. Yung mga web application, guys, is naka-host kasi yun sa server. Now, yung makikita ni hacker dyan is yung mga HTML na lang files, no? Yung mga na-build na files. Not unless ma-access ni hacker yung mismong server. GG talaga kayo. Encrypted code makes it more challenging, no? For attackers to reverse engineer the code and identify vulnerabilities. Sa web application naman is meron tayong tinatawag na uglify. So, parang pinapapangit mo yung code mo on the building process, no? When you build the code. Reverse engineering is often the first step in an attacker's attempt to find the exploit vulnerabilities in your code. Tama. All right. Next would be data encryption. Kita mo yung meme, kita niyo yung meme dyan, guys, is gumagamit siya ng MD5, which is not very recommended, no? Huwag kayong gagamit ng MD5 encryption, guys, kasi the picture itself explains it, no? Masusunog talaga kayo. The process of converting sensitive data stored in a database into an unreadable format using cryptographic algorithms to prevent unauthorized access to data, no? Encrypted data can only be deciphered with a decryption key which is held by the authorized users. So kayo, guys, if nagde-develop na kayo, especially yung sa user na database, guys, yung password natin is i-make sure natin na naka-encrypt, no? Secure backups. Database are often backed up to protect against data loss. Encrypted backups ensure that even if the backup fails, the backup falls into the wrong hands, the database is still protected. Itong secure backups naman, guys, what it means is yung mga backup nyo is encrypted din, parang ganun, no?
Kung papasok, hindi pa talikod.
Yun. So, yeah. So, if hindi nyo naintindihan, may Q&A din tayo after this. Ayun, proceed tayo sa code testing. Ayan, code testing helps ensure that the software code is high of quality, performs as expected by identifying the fixing the bugs and defects early in the development process, no? So, parang cycle kasi to, code development at code testing, guys, no? You develop, you test, you develop again, you test again, no? Kita nyo man yung mga memes dyan na nilagay ko, no? I don't always test my code, no? But when I do it in production. Huwag ganun. Huwag nyo gayahin na, no? Cost savings. Identifying and fixing security issues at the early age of development, guys, no? At the development process is typically less expensive than addressing them in the software that has been deployed, guys, no? Anong ibig sabihin no? Mas less daw expensive ang pag-test ng code compared sa naka-deploy na. Kasi what if na-hack yung code nyo, no? May liabilities kasi yon kayo sa mga users. Kasi for example, may nag-issue ng inireklamo yung company nyo, then that would be devastating sa company reputation. Also, you will lose a lot of money. So most likely, code testing is the less expensive one. All right. Let's proceed. Ito yung mga apat din na points, no, for code testing. Test error handling, guys, no? Test error handling to ensure that your software handles errors gracefully and securely without exposing sensitive data or creating new security vulnerabilities. Now, what is test error handling, guys? Let's say, for example, it is very common, let's say, for example, C++ or C, that when you are having an error, it will tell you what line yung may error, no? Line 70 has this kind of error. Now, if you are not handling your error gracefully, sabi nga dito, handle your error gracefully and securely, guys, is, let's say for example, ma-expose dun sa user or let's say hacker yung error mo. May error ka pala dito Dito ko bubutasan yung application mo. Parang ganun yung mangyayari. So let's say, what if gusto mong gawin mong graceful yung mga message, you have an error, please contact the admin, parang ganun. So walang makikitang kahit anong spaghetti, walang makikitang intestine yung hacker, yung exploiter sa code mo, no? So in test error handling, make sure your classes, your functions and modules are small so that they can be easily tested, guys, no? So dapat madali siyang i-test, madali siyang i-recode, no? So for back-end naman ng mga developers dyan, guys, make sure your return status code coincides with your return body, guys, no? May iba kasi dyan na mga back-end developers is yung status code is 200, no? Which is okay siya, dapat okay. Pero yung return body is error. Error, cannot find user. Pero yung status code is 200. So it doesn't coincide with each other, guys, no? So for those nagpa-plan dyan, ng mga students na gustong back-end, make sure na nagko-coincide yung mga messages nyo, no? Na nare-return doon sa front-end. Kasi kahit yung front-end developer mo is maguguluhan din siya, no? Bakit success yung status code pero error yung message? Ayun. Also, let's proceed to test data validation, no? Test data validation to ensure that your software can handle unexpected or malicious data inputs without compromising security. Now, there are a lot of may mga bagong technology or frameworks ngayon, especially dun sa React.js, maraming mga frameworks na itong mga input validation, yung mga SQL, hindi na gumagana now kasi they have learned the lesson from PHP. Yun kasi yung nangyayari sa PHP before, no? SQL injection, sobrang dami, XSS. Now, maraming lumalabas na mga frameworks na sila na yung bahala doon, no? So, you don't have to worry about that. Pero, itong mga test data validation, guys, is most likely the job of QAs, no? They have to test, no, the login, yung mga sensitive information, also yung pag-upload ng files, no? Dapat hindi pwede i-upload yung mga backdoor, no? Yun yung mga dapat i-QA. Also, dun sa back-end naman, also make sure na kung gumagamit kayo ng MySQL, also make sure na hindi kayo vulnerable sa input validation. As much as possible, guys, is you filter out those inputs, no? Ano bang tawag doon? Nakalimutan ko yung term, pero para siyang you will clean the input, no, of the user na merong mga certain characters na bawal pumasok sa database. Yun, para. Salamat, Sir Francis. Sanitize your input, no, guys? Yung mga datang papunta doon sa database, no? Let's sanitize it. Parang lalagyan mo lang alcohol. Parang ganun lang siya, no? Next would be test access control, no? Test your access control to ensure that only authorized user can access sensitive data or perform specific actions. Dito yun, this is the part where you declare the role permissions for each person, no? Let's say for example, si QA, bawal niyang ma-access itong certain code. Or let's say for example, si developer B, kasi junior pa siya, wag niyong ipa-access dun sa mga very core na mga process, no? Codes nyo, no? Dapat si senior lang diyan na level, parang ganoon guys, no? Kasi kapag mga new hires yung ilalagay nyo diyan, especially this is the message for those employers out there, no? If mga new hires yung ilalagay nyo diyan sa mga very sensitive part of the code, most likely that's an vulnerability, no? Human vulnerability, parang ganun. Next would be repeat testing regularly. So testing never stops, coding never stops, no? Code development never stops, no? Repeat testing regularly to ensure that your software remains secure, resilient, new and evolving security. Resilient to new and evolving security threats, no? Ano bang ibig sabihin nun? Ibig sabihin nun is you have to be updated, no? Keep updated sa mga new ways to hack, no? Kasi ang pagiging developer guys is also somewhat like nagiging hacker ka rin kasi, di ba? Kasi you want to know how they do it, and if you know na how they do it, then you can try to mitigate the vulnerabilities, no? And nandito na tayo sa last part ng aking talk is code deployment, no? Deploying code securely is very crucial to ensure that your software and data are protected from potential security threats. Using secure channels for deployment, implementing access control, monitoring, logging activities, very important. Using automated deployment tools like CI/CD, GitFlow, GitHub workflow. Implementing code signing, using secure configurations, performing vulnerability scanning, testing, deployment, implementing rollback plans, and regularly updating and patching your software. Ayun. Next. Ayan. Kitang-kita naman sa picture, no? Everything is under control. Everything control is under. All right. Point 1. Regularly update and patch softwares, no? Components used in the production environment to address known vulnerabilities and reduce the risk of security breaches. So guys, yung mga servers natin, let's say, my good example nito is certain versions of Ubuntu were not secure from this kind of breach. Parang ganon guys, no? Let's say for example lang, Ubuntu 14, parang ganon. Meron siyang this specific kind of breach na pwedeng i-access ni hacker yung database nyo, or pwede siya makasudo without knowing the password of the sudoers, no? Yung parang root talaga. So maybe as much as possible, we go with the latest Ubuntu version. Kasi as much as possible, yung mga latest talaga is yun yung mga mas secure compared sa mga late version. Next point would be use automated deployment tools. Ito, yung sabi ko kanina. GitLab CI/CD, GitHub Workflows, Jenkins, AWS Code Deploy, GCP Build, no? Google Cloud Build. Na ano ba example ng ano ba yung GitLab CI/CD, GitHub Workflows? Ito yung ano ba? Paano ba i-explain? Let's say for example, the basic way would be to copy your code into the server, parang ganun guys, no? Tapos ira-run mo siya. Automated deployment tools somewhat like automates that process, and also ensuring that it is very secure kasi gumagamit siya ng Git, no? Para siyang mayroong access control, no? Na si senior developer lang yung pwedeng mag-deploy, parang ganun. So these automated tools will help the organization make it more secure, no? For you to deploy the codes, no, to the server. Kasi yung mga manual, like copying the code to the server, is vulnerable talaga yon, di ba guys? Okay, let's say for example, I'm a malicious person and I was tasked to deploy the code manually to copy the code to the server, no? Pwede ko naman lagyan ng tae yan, no? Pwede kong lagyan ng backdoor yan yung server, GG na naman kayo, di ba? Ayan. Next point would be log activities. Now, yung log dito guys, no? is yung mga meron bang nag-log in for today? I mean, meron bang nag-access server for today, no? Monitor. Meron bang nag-push sa Git for today? Anong oras? Anong pinush niya? May nag-request ba ng PR or merge request, no? Monitor and log all activities related to the code deployment to detect and respond to potential security threats. Ayun, no? So, next point would be update servers. Yung sabi ko kanina na if may update yung mga Ubuntu, ano bang kung anong server type yung gamit nyo, is as much as possible get updates, no? Updating server version is a good way to keep your system secure because it ensures that the latest security patches are applied. Yun. I think almost done na, no? Oh, conclusion na pala, no? So in conclusion, guys, developing secure programming practices is essential to ensure that the code is secure and reliable. This includes planning the code, developing it, testing it, and deploying it, no? By following these steps, developers can ensure that their code is secure and reliable. Yun, tama yung sinabi ni Sir Darwin, no? That's why we have staging ng mga servers, no? Test servers recommended for deployment. Tama, sir. So, yung sinabi kong kaninang automated na pagka-deploy is yung mga test staging servers nyo is also dapat automated din, guys, no? Before kayo mag-proceed i-deploy doon sa main branch or sa master branch. So, yun. It is also important to use secure coding, testing, and deployment practices. This includes using secure coding languages such as Java, and using secure testing and deployment tools such as static analysis tools, configuration management tools, and this will help you to ensure that the code is secure and reliable. Ayun. Ayun, thank you guys. I think the floor is yours, DJ Josh. So Q&A na pala. Ayun. Diyan ka ba, Josh?
Ayun. So thank you so much once again. Kay Kevin Pabua, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge regarding sa ating first ever webinar session ngayong umaga. And I can really relate sa sinabi ni Kevin Pabua, no? Dahil isa din akong software developer ng ZyberPh since 2015. And yeah, it is true na medyo sakit sa ulo yung mga mahilig mag-reverse engineer na mga software or application. Pero it's a good thing kasi somehow mas mai-improve po or mas ma-challenge ako na i-secure pa mismo ang mga program na ginagawa ko siguro. So thank you so much, bro. And at this moment, so the floor is open para sa ating Q&A or question and answer portion rather. So kung meron kayong katanungan na gustong itanong sa ating CTO, sa ating speaker for today na si Kevin Pabua, just kindly press the hand raise button na makikita mismo sa inyong Zoom application. Ano? So go ahead and yes, tanong na kayo guys, huwag kayong mahiya. Go ahead. So meron tayong katanungan dito. Ayun, galing kay Christian Kenneth F. Gonzalez. Ito yung katanungan niya, bro. Sir, ano pong method madalas gamitin sa page encrypt ng database ng software na developer natin?
Yung pagbasa ko, Nadine. Ano ba Nadine Lustre? Nadine i-develop natin, no? Sir, ano pong method madalas gamitin sa page encrypt ng database sa software? Now, when we, hindi ko pala na-discuss kanina, dito sa part na to, itong dito sa baba ng, ano ba yan? Sa baba ng picture na to, itong meme, is merong mga example dyan ng mga algorithm, encryption algorithm, no? Especially SHA-3, Blake 2, and Argon 2. Ito yung mga pwede mong gamitin, Christian, no? Ito namang MTP protocol is ginagamit ito ng Telegram to encrypt their messages. So yeah, tama ba yung pagkaintindi ko? Tama ba yung answer ko, Sir Christian?
Okay, bro Christian, kung meron kang microphone, don't hesitate na gumamit ng microphone or yes, para marinig namin yung magandang mong boses. Ayun. So nasagot ba yung tanong natin, bro Christian Kenneth F. Gonzalez? So ayun, okay, siguro, okay. So ayun.
Si Zesril.
Ayan, yes. Meron tayong another question galing kay Zezril Jake Salero. Hello, bro Zezril, can you hear us? Pakinig naman ng magandang boses ni Zezril. Hello. Oh, yan siguro. Hello.
Okay na
po daw. Okay na po daw. Oh, yun. So, kung meron pa kayong katanungan, huwag kayong mahiya. Yes, may mga tanong, pwede. Open mic. Kasi meron tayong moderator dito. Huwag kayong mahiya na mag-open mic. At, yes. So, meron pa ba tayong katanungan? Okay, so I guess siguro wala na. So once again, thank you so much, bro Kevin Pabua, for sharing your...
Meron mo na akong ipapa-game sa kanila, no? Guys.
Ayun. So meron din tayong pahabol na palaro.
Pahabol ito kasi nakita ko yung presentation ni Denmark. Nagselos ako wala akong ganun. Walang Q&A. So isa lang to guys, no? Isang question lang to. Pabilisan kung sino yung makatama, may prize din. Kaya nung kay Denmark. Ito lang. So, 1. Type nyo lang sa type nyo lang dyan sa chat if sino yung makauna, then start na, no? 1, 2, 3. Go. Ayan. Tagalog programming language, guys. Type nyo dyan. Ano ang tawag dun? Ano yung specific na language na yun, no? Tagalog siya na programming language. Paunahan na lang. Bato, ayun. Nakauna po si ASN, si Mana PN. Bato. Yan. Alam ko yung iba dyan nag-search pa, no? Yan, tama guys, no? Bato programming language, no? Somewhat like gem lang siya, no? Ruby. Yan, tama. Ayan. So, I think si ASN, si Mana PN, yung tama ba yung pangalan mo, bro? Yung nakaunang sagot, no? Sa mga hindi na alam, yung pwede niyo i-search yung bato, isa lang siyang Tagalog talaga siya, no? So mahirap intindihin. Ayun. All right. Sorry Sir Al Francis if nakain mo yung time mo, medyo mahaba yung na-talk ko. Yan, okay na. Back to you, Sir DJ Joshua.
Ayun, thank you so much. And nga pala, sa nanalo, kindly PM us on Facebook na lang sa ZyberPh Response. Nga pala sa moderator, I believe na take to din yung winner natin. So the prizes will be claimed after ng webinar session natin. And I can see na merong nag-PM na sa ating Facebook page. So we will cater you guys pagkatapos ng ating webinar session na ito. So don't worry kasi meron na kami ditong list of names na nananalo kanina sa pag-games ni Denmark and as well as ni Bro Kevin Pabor. Okay, so nga pala at this moment I would like to thank sa ating mga attendees na nandito ngayon, sa 167 attendees na nakikinig. So without you guys, wala din kami dito. And of course, hindi namin malilimutan ang mga bigating sponsors na part ng program na ito. And of course, Okay, we would like to thank the following sponsors: the Home Desk International, the DV Code Technologies Incorporation, Vector Philippines, Home Desk VIO, Kahera POS, Idearies and Accounting, Pasada Booking Application, Big Lot, Nursing CPD Units, Atis Gateway, and of course our very own Red AI. Okay, sir, paano po makuha yung e-certificate? So mamaya ilalapag namin sa chat section yung Google Forms kung saan makakapag-fill up kayo, no, para sa ating e-certificate. So don't worry. Kasi nakaprepare na namin dito yung e-certificates para sa inyo, guys. Okay, at this moment, so punta na tayo sa ating the last but not definitely the least. Okay, FB page po mga sir, ping link. Okay, bro, sa ating moderator dito, bro, pwede bang palapag ng ating Facebook page na ZyberPh Response? Thank you so much. Okay, so let's move on to our the last but not definitely the least na speaker ngayon. Yung lang iba, kundi ang ating, yes, si Al Francis rather. Yeah. Si Al Francis. And to know more about Al Francis is a highly skilled information security professional, a strong background in information technology. His extensive expertise includes information security management, vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, and red teaming, cyber threat intelligence and digital forensics and incident handling. In addition to his expertise in information security, Al also has a wealth of knowledge in web and mobile development, IT infrastructure, and security research and development. His experience in these areas has been gained from his previous role as a chief technology officer of a local IT company. Al has worked with a diverse range of clients across various sectors, including fintech, universities, realty, publishing, system providers, defense industries, and government organizations. He has developed an open source intelligence framework to support IT security research for open source intelligence activity, enabling his clients to stay ahead of emerging threats. Al is an active member of various IT organizations and he co-founded Project Access Granted Society and Kalasag. He is passionate about sharing his knowledge and experience and has been a featured speaker for many IT conferences around the country. He has also done several media interviews to raise awareness of the importance of IT security. So Al's certification demonstrates his commitment to staying at the forefront of his field. He is a certified information security manager, a certified ethical hacker. He is also a certified incident handler, certified threat intelligence analyst, a certified computer hacking forensics investigator. He is also a certified blockchain developer and a certified Microsoft Innovative Educator. These certifications, together with his passion for IT security and commitment to staying ahead of emerging threats, make him a valuable asset to any organization seeking to protect its information and technology assets. So without further ado, let's give the floor sa ating last speaker but not definitely the least, na si Al Francis. So take it away, bro. So
Hello,
thank you so
everyone.
much. Yes.
Okay, do you hear me, guys? Share na ako ng screen. Wait lang. Okay. So I think you already kita niyo na yung screen ko, no? So my topic for today is all about cyber attack and defense. So before that, thanks to our DJ for introducing me. I'd like to highlight one of my projects. This is an open source project. We called it Open Source Intelligence Framework. This is an open source framework dedicated for open source intelligence. So for the ease of use, the interface has a layout that looks like Metasploit. So you can visit my website and also the repository and you can download it. Okay, so let's go with our topic. So let's start with cyber attack. So when we say cyber attack, this is an attempt to expose or alter, disable, or still gain unauthorized access to any computer system infrastructure or network devices. So basically, this attack can carried out by individuals, criminal organization or nation state, and they can target anyone that connected to a network. So even a small business, they can target it. And actually, big or small businesses are hit by cyber attacks every day, all sizes, including small businesses. Basically, hackers target small businesses because they often have weaker defenses. Alam naman natin na yung ibang small businesses, they don't have a budget for cybersecurity. That's why leverage yun, sa mga attackers, and they are attacking small businesses para makapagkuha ng information. So attackers are looking for ransom. So if you heard already about ransomware, this is like ito yung mga pinaka known attack vectors right now, and sometimes malaki talaga yung effect sa company and results for financial loss. And besides, in addition to the financial damage, cyber attacks can also cause reputational damage, legal and regulatory compliance or penalties. So the cost of recovery can also be significant. As a businesses may need to spend a considerable amount of time and resources to store the system and data after the attack. So nagbabayad, no, yung mga company to restore the attack or your result ng attack. So our website is our brand, right? Marami sa inyo dito are owner of the company, and talagang pinakaunang target sa atin is yung ating website, the brand. And this brand is critical part of the business relationship between the clients. And pag na-compromise ito, yun nga na-mention ko earlier that may impact siya sa business. Potential mawalan ka ng clients, yung reputation mo, and also the fines, no? Pwede kang magbayad dahil na-hack ka. That's why we need security. We need security. So later on, we will talk about the attacks and the defense, and also I will be including the career path, lalo na dun sa mga students or career shifter na gustong mag-focus sa cybersecurity. So cyber attacks are like happening every day. It's also cyber attacks can also use to disrupt critical infrastructures, steal sensitive information, and cause widespread economic damage. No? Nangyayari din ito against another country. Attacks on critical infrastructure such as power grids, water supplies, and transportation system. No? And malaking impact. So let's talk about the fundamentals of security. When we say security, laging nasa isip natin itong CIA. The confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability. So tatlo ito, no? And when we say confidentiality, it refers to protect the information from disclosure to unauthorized access or parties. So ibig sabihin, yung information natin like account statements, personal information, credit card numbers, trade secrets, is gusto natin na keep secret between us or sa mga authorized parties. So protecting those information is very major part of information security. And even our username and password talagang hindi natin sinishare yon. That's why sino ba dito yung maraming Facebook, no? And you use your password, iba-iba yung password na ginagamit nyo or pare-pareho in other social media that you have. So when it comes to password, we need to treat our password like underwear. Ano ibig sabihin nito? Una is kailangan natin palitan. Second is hindi natin i-share sa iba. And pangatlo is wag natin ilagay sa desk. When we do a red teaming before, so our task is to penetrate a clients. One of our guy, just like this guy, a support from other company. So pinapasok talaga siya sa company. kasi nag-disguise. Our goal is to break everything from the physical layer to infrastructure layer hanggang makuha namin yung access. And one of the vulnerabilities that we nakita namin is yung password ng isang user ay nasa sticky notes. Sino ba dito yung gumagamit ng sticky notes? Baka yung iba dito, no, mahilig gumamit ng sticky notes and doon natin nilalagay yung password natin. And yeah, that's a problem. And through that password, we're able to penetrate the system. So, meron akong video ditong i-share about the password security and maybe may makuha kayong aral dito.
You know, we've been hearing a lot about cybersecurity lately, largely because of what happened to Sony. Companies and individuals are more concerned about the safety and privacy of their information than ever. President Obama has unveiled a number of new proposals this week to crack down on hackers, and he plans to address this in the State of the Union speech on Tuesday. And it's great that the government is working on this, but the truth of the matter is we need to do a better job of protecting ourselves. You know, the most popular password in the United States is password 123. And as long as that's the case, we're vulnerable. So today we sent a camera out on Hollywood Boulevard to help people by asking them to tell us their password. And this is how that went.
We're talking about cybersecurity today and how safe people's passwords are. What is one of your online passwords currently?
It is my dog's name and the year I graduated from high school.
Oh, what kind of dog do you have?
I have a Chihuahua Papillon.
And what's its name?
Jameson.
Jameson. And where'd you go to school?
I went to school back in Greensburg, Pennsylvania.
What school?
Hempfield Area Senior High School.
Oh, when did you graduate?
In 2009.
Oh, great.
It's like my cat's name and then just like a random number.
Okay.
But,
As you had this cat for a while?
yeah, she's my childhood pet.
Aw. And what's her name?
Her name is Jolie.
Jolie. So like a password of yours would be Jolie and then a number.
Yeah.
Like number 1?
Like my birthday.
Oh, when is your birthday?
June 12th.
Oh, nice. And what year were you born?
95.
Oh, great. So Jolie, 6, 12, 95.
Yes.
Got it.
So you mean to give my password right now? No, I cannot do that.
But we all want to know what it is so we can tell you if it's strong or not.
Oh my goodness. Let me think. Okay, one is Tel Aviv. Yeah. 468, and then Israel. It's only 3, but it's, you know, it's for me it's strong enough.
Ireland 1 2 3 4. Gemma 1 2 3. Spelled Gemma.
Well, most of them are Italian.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Like
so
what? Like what's a good Italian password?
my grandma's name.
What's your grandma's name?
Maria.
Maria. So Maria is your password?
Oh yeah, now you know my password. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, the important thing is he let.
Okay, so as you can see, guys, ganun lang kadali, no? If you don't keep your password confidential. And even in the previous past years, may mga news about certain hackers hacked Yahoo. For example, in 2012, they hacked by a Dutch company and owned and exposed the data, stolen almost 500,000 email address and password online. And until now, maraming news about breach, hacking of data, and one of it is from the Philippines. Familiar ba kayo dito? Comileak. Sino familiar dito? Yeah. Paul Beteng. 55 million at risk, no, in Comileak hacking, and this has happened right 2016 or 15, if I remember, and like 300 gig yung database, and one of the hackers is Paul Beteng. Actually, dalawa sila. One of our friend also, and yeah, so that's happened, guys. Part of a security is a confidentiality, and yan yung nagiging issue ngayon sa information security. So let's talk about the integrity. When we say integrity, it refers to protect information from modification or of unauthorized access. Ibig sabihin ay since may integrity, hindi pwedeng ma-edit ito ng ibang tao. Information only has a value if it's correct. So, for example, nag-send ka ng pera online, like $100 US, but the information was tampered in such a way that actually sent $10,000 US, imbis $100 lang. So, if walang integrity yung isang system, pwedeng mangyari yun. And it happens before. I remember when I was a college, my friend approached me about their grading system is online and we're able to edit the grade. So, wala kasing security. So, we're able to access through SQL injection and we're able to access the database. But dati yun. But the point is, pag walang security, ito yung mga potential impact. Now, you can edit the system. Okay. Next is the availability. So when we say availability of information, it refers to ensuring that authorized access or parties are able to access the information we needed. Ibig sabihin is, sino ba dito yung may mga bangko? You have a bank accounts, and let's say dahil sa high traffic, nag-down siya. One of the good example is a legit traffic. Sino dito yung nag-register ng SIM card during the first day? If you remember, may nagre-raisan, hindi tayo maka-access because sobrang dami ng traffic. We don't know if it's all legit or merong malicious traffic. But the point is, hindi na-handle ng certain telco yung traffic na yon. And there are some attack vectors which is we call denial of service attack, DDoS, which is overwhelm a target by sending a lot of traffic, and dahil hindi kaya ng target server, potentially na mag-down siya. So kung hindi properly set up yung infrastructure mo, wala kang anti-DDoS, you don't have load balancer, you don't have auto scale. If you are familiar about Amazon or cloud environment, isang server lang yan, wala kang redundancy, possible mag-down yung site mo. So that's the problem. Tapos yung nag-DDoS sa'yo is sobrang laki ng traffic na binabat mo. So that's a problem. Even large company, GitHub, Facebook, they suffered a massive DDoS attack. Yun na talaga yung pinakamalaking traffic na binabato ng mga attackers. And right now, may mga tinatawag na DDoS for hire. In the dark web, you pay Bitcoin, may gusto kang ipa-attack, attack nila yung site. So, it affects the availability. Sino gamers dito? Raise your hand. Minsan, nag-announce na due to maintenance, maraming gamers dito. Minsan, naiinis tayo, hindi tayo makalaro, but behind this, hindi natin alam anong nangyayari. It's a downtime or just like a DDoS attack. But it's happened everywhere. Hindi lang sa gaming industry, but also in financial industry. Even the government, they experience a DDoS attack. So, the next video that I will show you is that bivisualize natin what happened. Ano yung ginagawa ng attacker versus the ethical hackers or the defenders. I will show you a video.
These guys are good. Let's get to work. A hot little startup with a great idea. Their target, a ProPass. Offices in 12 countries, 5,000 staff. You'd think they'd be secure, wouldn't you? Make some noise. Pause. A smokescreen. A decoy breach to hide what they're really after. Confidential information hidden in the depths of the system.
Still here?
The computer's crashed.
Join the club. See you Monday.
It's okay for some. Right now, the chances are someone, somewhere, is attacking you. and you don't even know it.
Okay, chaps, we're in.
I bet you're wondering how they got this far.
Give us a smile. Lovely. She's in.
Sensitive passwords and system details from a keystroke logger hidden under a desk for 6 months.
You got it?
Easy.
These guys, they know it all. Except, a few weeks earlier, a Probas were hit by a smaller breach. It made the board stop and think how vulnerable they were. So they brought in the experts. It's never just an IT issue. They carried out cybersecurity training from boardroom to basement, identifying what was critical to the business. Threat and intelligence monitoring. They planned a cyber incident response and brought in their own ethical hackers to test the systems and make honeypots to trap the attackers. They reviewed the whole business from New York to Tokyo and devised a game plan for any breach.
Make some noise.
Kursk.
We're in.
It's a denial of service attack. We're just monitoring the situation.
Have they got into any accounts?
Very clever. Someone else bangs on the windows while you hide in the cellar.
They're on to us.
I'll try blocking them.
Is it working?
I don't know.
Well, I need to know, Gil. Is it working?
Lena, launch a worm.
These guys are good. They're really good.
They're blocking us.
Try again.
They're blocking us!
Try again!
Straight to me. Gotcha. Good, but not good enough.
You're okay. Traffic's blocked.
You can win, but there's always a next time.
Who's next?
Kobashi Tech.
Criminals just get smarter,
Who have we got for the smoke screen?
Take your pick.
and they're everywhere. A breach will happen, and when it does, will you be ready?
So if you can see, guys, there are two, the bad guys and the good guys. So yung ginawa ng bad guys, they do social engineering, impersonation, physical security. They can do lockpick. They have keyloggers inside, and they able to connect sa possible servers or workstations. However, other side, na-detect ng company na may small breach. So they are proactive. Nag-hire sila ng consultant, expert. They have trainings, incident response, threat intelligence, threat monitoring, and threat intelligence. And they have enough controls. So during the attack, nakita may DDoS attack. However, may another attack, pero nakita pa rin nila. So that's a sample scenario, but it's happened na nangyayari talaga yan. And let's talk about attack vectors now. Later on we will talk about the defense, but right now pag-uusapan natin yung mga potential way or techniques na ginagamit ng mga hackers or methods to hack organization. And there are different types or categories when it comes to attack vectors: the network-based attacks, application-based attacks, and physical attacks. If you can see in the video, gumamit sila ng hacking, lockpicking. Okay. So, number one is malware. When you say malware, this is malicious software designed to harm, disrupt system, a network, or devices. And malware can take many forms. Okay, so merong viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, spyware, and more. So ano bang pwedeng gawin ng mga to? For example, spyware or trojans, they can steal information, hijack your computer resources, or disrupt your operation, like ransomware. Isa sa mga known ransomware, and maybe some of you are familiar about this one, is the WannaCry, which is first appeared way back 2017. It spread rapidly, affected hundreds of thousands of computers in 150 countries. Ang naging loophole nito is because the Windows SMB, the eternal blue, no? And nileverage ng mga attackers, they just use that to infect almost 300,000 computers and ranging hundreds of millions to billions of dollars. Kasi kailangan mo magbayad ng Bitcoin to decrypt. Kasi ang ransomware, i-encrypt niya yung file mo or your computer, depende sa variant ng ransomware. And then, kailangan mo magbayad ng Bitcoin para ma-decrypt. Makuha mo yung decryption key. So, talagang before hindi pinipera ng mga hackers yung malware, right now they are using it para maka-earn ng pera. That's why we call it ransomware. Yun, may ayun, tama, no? Mamahilig mag-download ng crap. Maraming way para makuha natin yung ransomware. Through crap, yung iba talaga is through email, send sa atin, spear phishing, tayong target, nag-download tayo, mahilig mag-download, mag-download ng crap, phishing, mahilig mag-download ng pirated. No? And after execution, na-encrypt na yung ating system. So, maraming propagation yung malware, no? And ransomware. Next is the man-in-the-middle attack. Sino dito yung mahilig mag-connect sa mga pre-Wi-Fi? I remember we able to set up a rogue access point before and we're able to see the traffic. So, man-in-the-middle attack is a type of cyber attack that can attackers intercept and manipulates communication between two parties. And isa dito is a common example of MITM is that hackers setting up a fake Wi-Fi network, also known as rogue access point. So ang gagawin nila, for example, mayroong pre-Wi-Fi SM or pre-Wi-Fi Starbucks. Ang gagawin ng attacker is gagawa din ako ng fake name, pre-Wi-Fi din siya, SM din, and possible may ko-connect sa akin. So once they connect to me, a fake network, I can intercept all the credentials, lalo na yung mga site na hindi naka-HTTPS or encrypted. Pero there's other way, no, na i-attack yung mga HTTPS. Yeah, may mga attack for the SSL. But yeah, just an advice to everyone, mahilig mag-connect sa pre-Wi-Fi, tigil-tigilan na natin. No? Ang pwede natin gawin is you have a mobile phone, may load ka naman, just use it. Mas safe pa yan. Okay. DDoS attack. Earlier we talked about DDoS attack. So basically, DDoS attack is sending a lot of traffic. Ang largest DDoS attack na na-handle ko ata when my clients hit a DDoS attack before, nasa 60 gig request per second. Ayun, napakabigat talaga. But yeah, we're able to block them. So we have a process to block them, the traffic. And talagang denial of service attack kasi halos lahat ng country uma-attack sa'yo. Botnet talaga siya. Kaya later on, pag-uusapan natin how to counter those DDoS attack. And kung mahina-hina lang yung server mo, mamamatay talaga yan. Okay. Next is the vulnerabilities in software and applications. So kanina, nag-talk si Sir Kevin na explain niya yung about sa source code and secure coding, no? So, i-explain ko lang yung unting mga common. Kanina na-mention tong SQL injection. Ito yung mga common, no? Way back 2012, talagang rampant yung mga website na created sa PHP and MySQL, no? Tapos yung MySQL mo dati, talagang old version. Hindi pa nakasanitize yun. Basta lang makakreate ng website, and then someone just like put a single quote, union select, kaya niyang i-query lahat ng information in your database. Wala mang web application firewall that time. So ang nangyayari, they able to dump the entire database. Sometimes nakaka-access sila sa admin panel or administrator panel, nakaka-upload ng backdoor. So SQL injection is a web application vulnerability, which is an attacker can interfere the queries that an application makes to the database. So pwede akong lagay ng single quote, onion select, username, password from users, and ibabalik niya lahat ng username and password sa database. So that's an SQL injection. Meron din tinatawag na command injection or OS command injection. Kaya mahalaga talaga yung talk ni Sir Kevin kanina kasi andun yung mga input validation which is kailangan ng, as a developer, kailangan mong lagyan ng input validation. Kasi for example, kung mapapansin nyo dito sa picture, we use curl. Basically, if you're using a Linux operating system, tapos may certain functions ka na kumo-connect sa command inside. For example, gumawa ka ng module na nagpiping. Okay. Yung dumidirekta siya talaga sa host level. Curl. Pwedeng mag-curl sa Ubuntu. So for example, you have an input na ganyan, tapos napakahaba. Ito yung kinurl niya, nag-curl siya ng backdoor and nag-run. Ano yung pwedeng mangyari? Full system control. That's why mahalaga yung talk ni Sir Kevin kanina, yung input validation. Wala naman tayong, usually yung mga input natin hindi naman ganun kahaba. Right? That's why we need to validate the length, yung mga characters na nilalagay natin sa input field from front end to back end. No? So pwede nyo i-review kung nag-note kayo sa talk kanina. No? So this is another type of attacks. And another one, cross-site scripting. I remember when I bug bounty hunter, 2015 ata yun yung unang bug ko sa Udemy. So I just cross-site scripting. No? So if you are like, mahilig kayo sa mga ganitong hobby na maghanap ng bugs or security loopholes sa isang application, gawin natin sa good way. No? Pwede tayo maging bug bounty hunter. Kasi it's either good or bad. You become a black hat. And yeah, Republic Act 10175, pwede kayong ikulong pag nahuli kayo dito sa Pilipinas. So cross-site scripting, anyway, is that you can manipulate the website, return a malicious JavaScript. There are two types of cross-site scripting, persistent and non-persistent. Actually by Doom, pero basically ang known is persistent. No? Yung pwedeng ma-compromise yung administrator. For example, nung sumali kami sa CTF, sa Hack the Box, they have a certain box na kailangan ko i-compromise yung admin. So may comment box doon. Naglagay ako ng script. Yung script na yun, magra-run yun sa admin kasi nakikita niyo yung comment eh. So yung script na yun, naggumawa kami ng script na kayang kumuha ng cookies. Alam mo yung cookies sa web? Yung developers dito, hindi yung cookies na kinakain ito yung cookies na usually nagsustore ng credential sessions. So nakuha ko yung session ng admin and able to access the admin panel using XSS. So usually yung mga input field, kailangan din ulit i-sanitize. Hindi mo naman kailangan mag-input ng other symbols kung hindi naman siya para dyan. If the first name, last name lang naman, wala naman sigurong symbols. That's why mahalaga talaga yung talk kanina para ma-counter natin yung mga ganitong klaseng vulnerabilities. Okay, let's go with the lockpick. Ay familiar yung iba dito no? Sino ba dito yung mahilig mahilig pumasok sa mga bahay-bahay? I remember a lockpick, bumili ako ng ganyan no. Tapos hinarang ako sa airport kasi yung isa, hindi naman bawal yung lockpick sa airport, pero yung matulis, hinarang nila. I just practicing the lockpick. Pati yung bahay namin, nila-lockpick ko. For the goal of maging familiar ako sa physical security. So, Again guys, pwede kang bumili sa Lazada niyan, pero ingat tayo, no? Huwag nating gawing lockpick yung bahay ng iba. We can buy a lockpick. And again, kung pumupunta kayo sa hacking conference, you can go RootCon, attend RootCon, and they have a lockpick village. Doon pwede kayong mag-practice ng lockpick, iba't ibang klaseng locks. Kung nakita ninyo kanina sa video, no, ginamit niyo yung lockpick para mapasok yung isang room. Again, later on, we will talk about how to counter these kinds of attack. But ito is like, ginagamit ito ng mga locksmith. Usually, mga locksmith talagang napakagaling. No? Law enforcement personnel, possible, inaaral na din nila yan. And hobbyist. No? Kung hobbyist ka, order ka lang sa Lazada niya. Okay. Social engineering. Kanina, may nag-comment ng social engineering. There are many types of social engineering attacks. And there are different types of social engineers. Mga tinatawag natin guys na budol-budol. Sa Pilipinas, maraming ganyan. Pero ngayon, ano na, high-tech na, no? They are using some kind of phishing emails, scams, true calls, phishing, smishing, different type of attacks. And we will talk about basic, phishing. Sino na dito yung na-phish? Na may nagpadala ng email, tapos na-replyan or what we call this, nag-input tayo ng personal information. For example, this one. And if you can see, this is a fake of phishing email. Amazon, actually Mason Canada at CA. Walang A, no? Kita nyo yung ano niya, header sa prompt. Gumagamit pa sa niyang generic greetings, no? Their client. And lagi natin tatandaan, na pag may mga links, i-hover muna natin. Huwag tayo basta-basta mag-click. Makikita niyo pag hinover, pupunta siya sa ibang site. So, sample ng phishing yan. Okay, yung phishing naman, may tatawag sa'yo and isa-scam ka. Papakilala kung sino, may na-aksidente, kailangan mo magpadala ng pera, and nagpadala ka naman. Maraming ganyang scenario and makakakilala ko, no, na hack sila. That's why we need this kind of awareness. So we're thankful that ZyberPh meron silang ganitong awareness to like educate everyone. Not only the tech guy, but also yung mga normal people na just like you're using your phone, your tablet, or your desktop using internet, nagagamit din ng internet. Sometimes, kayo nga yung mas ina-attack, no? Yung mga users na ganyan. So, let's watch this video. This is more like a phishing attacks. Within 2 minutes, na-hack na. Okay? This is a known video. Possible yung iba sa inyo nakita na to. This happened in DEF CON, no? Largest hacking conference in universe in the world sa US, Nevada. Okay.
So I invited a few of the world's best hackers to try to hack me and show me where my vulnerabilities are. And now I'm going to meet them in Las Vegas for DEF CON, the biggest hacker convention of the year. They're going to hack me using social engineering, which is essentially hacking without any code. They just use a phone and an internet connection.
Do you want to do a sample phishing call?
What's phishing?
Phishing is voice solicitation, and basically what you do is you use the phone to extract information or data points that can be used in a later attack.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Who are you going to call?
Maybe I'll call your cell phone provider and
Okay.
see if I can get them to give me your email address.
I bet they're good. I bet they have my back. But yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna spoof from your number, so it's gonna look like it's calling from you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me okay? My baby, I'm sorry. my husband's like, we're about to apply for a loan and we just had a baby and he's like, get this done by today. So I'm so sorry. I can't call you back. I'm trying to log into our account for uses information and I can't remember what email address we used to log the account. The baby's crying and can you help me? Awesome.
In just 30 seconds,
At gmail.com?
Jessica gets access to my personal email address.
Now, if I needed to add our older daughter on our account so she could call in and make changes, how would I need to go about doing that? You would have to send me a secure PIN through a text message? Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't think I'll be able to receive a text message if I'm on the phone. Shh. Oh, I'm not on there either. So I thought when we got married, he added me to the account.
Jess uses my girlfriend's name and a fake social security number
5127.
to set up her own personal access to my account.
Wait, I'm sorry. So there's no password on my account right now? Can I set that up?
She even gets the support person to change my password.
Thank you so much for your help today.
So she just basically blocked me out of my own account.
I'll get her fed after this. All right, thank you.
Holy shit. So they just gave you access to my entire cell phone account.
You're gonna have to go on and change your password now because it's Jess, my name.
And all it took was a crying baby and a phone call.
Yeah.
Okay, crying baby and a phone call. Actually, na-spook. No? And also yung social engineering, it's an art talaga. No, nasa tao talaga minsan no? Magaling mambola, magaling manloko, no? So, talent din minsan yan. And nakikita natin sometimes may mga ganyan, no? Ayan, may magaling daw mambola dito. Actually, one of my friend, they able to like penetrate clients, read teaming. Yun nga, pakilala silang support team. And then pinapasok naman sila. Then nakapagsaksak sila ng rubber ducky sa isang machine. Nakakuha sila ng reverse shell and they able to penetrate the whole network. Yan, social engineering. This one is a smishing demo. So this is recorded. Hindi na siya actual, no? So I create a Python script and I create a smishing na sample text. So I create a Python script and send a certain message to a number. Then your account has been compromised. And sample lang yan using FB. So mapapansin nyo sa kabila, nag-pop up yung FB. But it's not an FB. So I can spoof the sender ID of the Facebook and any other. So that's an example, no? Wag tayong agad-agad maniniwala sa mga ganyan. Hopefully telco can fix this one. I'm not sure right now. This demo, tagal na to matagal na tong ginawa when I a speaker in armed forces. So just a demo for educational purposes na possible na mas spoof yung sender ID ng a certain institution para mag-send sa atin ng mga ganyan message. So let's talk about cyber defense. So earlier we talked about cyber attack, vectors. Hindi ko lahat may isa-isa, no? Napakadami, maubos yung oras natin. Kahit isang araw, no? Maraming type of attacks na pwedeng gawin. But yung pinakita ko is like the common attacks that happens. We will focus on the cybersecurity defense, and yeah, first is the defense in depth layers. So it's a security strategy that involves implementing multiple layers of security controls to protect the organization assets. So the idea behind defense in depth is that if one layer of defense fails or breach, there are additional layers in place to prevent an attacker from penetrating deeper into the system. So this approach involves like combination of physical, technical, and administrative controls. So ano ba yung security controls na sinasabi? Marami dito. Isa-isa natin 'yan. Security controls is like we can group it into three: physical, the administrative controls, and technical controls. So when we say administrative, dito yung mga policies papasok, incident response, educational awareness, trainings. Physicals, dito yung mga locks, CCTVs, alarms, motion detection sensor, retinal, fingerprint, biometric, etc. Technical, ito yung mga firewall, antivirus, SIEM. So isa-isain natin yun, no? Madami. But combination of these three, talagang masasabi natin na napakatibay ng perimeter or napakatibay ng security kung makokompleto natin yan. Let's say, pero hindi lahat, no? Depende siya sa business environment lagi. Let's say you have a data center, you need a physical control. Yeah. But if you have a cloud, You need administrative controls and technical controls. So nagdedepende pa rin siya sa business environment. So let's talk about education. Education and training are critical components in IT security. So it involves educating users, employees, stakeholders for the best practices. Now, naalala ko, no, merong mga security awareness, phishing simulation. Baka nakaklik na tayo ng link. Yan pala is created by our security team, no, para sendan tayo ng training. So education is very important, and one of it is kahit sa kanina yung pangalawang topic ng kay Kevin. Maganda, no? Kasi part of education is tinuturuan tayo ng best practices when it comes to secure coding, which is very important. No? That this is the fundamentals. No? Administrative controls is the education. Second is the cyber incident response. The goal of incident response is to minimize the damage of a cyber attack and return the affected assets and data to normal operation. Kung baga, sa preparation o sa detection and analysis, nakita natin nag-prompt yung ating monitoring na SIEM o whatever monitoring na may someone nag-access from a certain country, connect sa server natin, mag-alert tayo kasi wala naman tayong user from a certain country. So sa detection pa lang, pwede na natin ma-contain. No? Next part is containment. Iko-contain na natin, isa-stop na natin, ibablock na natin. It's a cyber incident response na pwedeng ma-implement sa isang company. And you need a tabletop exercises. Kailangan ma-exercise yung company. And you need to develop a playbook. What if ransomware attack yan? Anong gagawin natin? Babayad ba tayo ng ransom or not? Dapat ready yung company when it comes to ransomware attack. So it's part of cyber incident response, a combination of technical and administrative controls na kailangan maging ready yung isang company. Cyber incident response is just like a medic. May mga tinatawag tayong incident responder na sila yung magre-responde. Hindi naman doktor yung nagre-respond when it comes to a accident. It's a medic. So mag-implement siya ng mga certain like kit, lalagay nga ng mga basic na kailangan ilagay sa na accident. Ganon din sa security, no? Hindi agad forensic yung gagawin, kundi more on incident response muna. So it happens, no? Kailangan maging ready yung isang company sa cyber attacks. Next is risk management process. This is more on GRC, no? Governance, risk management, and compliance. So if you are part of risk management team, the effective management requires a comprehensive understanding of an organization operation, system, data, as well as the external threats it faces. So kailangan alam natin yung mga assets na ipoprotect natin. I-assess natin. Let's say yung aircon. Threat pa rin yan eh. Possible yung aircon mo na luma sa data center. Kung hindi mo na-assess yung risk niyan, possible siya yung magiging source or cause ng downtime. So in a company, kailangan na-assess lagi yung mga risk. Example lang yun, no? Na-assess lagi yung risk. And then pag na-assess yung risk, kailangan once na-identify, i-assess, ko-control natin. It's either you mitigate, you avoid, you transfer. If you are familiar about cyber insurance sa ibang company, sa ibang country may cyber insurance, so tina-transfer nila yung risk sa insurance. And review your controls. So mahalaga rin risk management when it comes to security. Audit and compliance. So audit involves examining an organization system and process to ensure that they are working as intended and secured. Hindi naman pwede na ikaw yung nag-implement, ikaw yung mag-audit. Supposed to be a different party para walang bias. And may nag-check na na-implement ba talaga yung mga controls? Meron ba talaga tayong antivirus? Meron ba talaga tayong firewall? Etc. Okay, it's part of audit. Compliance is kanina nabanggit rin yung iba't ibang compliance, no? GPDR, PCI, ISO, maraming compliance, no, na kailangan i-ensure ng isang organization na pinapalo niya yung relevant laws and regulations sa isang country or sa certain entity or sa field, for example, sa health, HIPAA, through audit and compliance program, it helps the organization to identify the vulnerabilities, the areas of improvement, and a step to mitigate those risks and improve security. So napakahalaga itong dalawa. Okay. Next is the vulnerability management cycle. So isama na natin dito yung penetration testing, vulnerability scanning, patch management. Ang goal lang nito is to identify, evaluate, prioritize, and mitigate vulnerabilities in a software, a system, and networks. Actually, kailangan proactive yung isang company when it comes to vulnerability. Let's say, sino pa dito yung gumagamit ng Windows XP? Baka wala nang gumagamit ng Windows XP, no? Pero dati, yung Windows XP, napakadaling i-hack. So, anong nangyari? Nag-upgrade, gumamit tayo ng Windows Vista, Windows 8, Windows 10, Windows 11. So, yung mga old version, kung hindi natin ina-assess at minimitigate yung mga vulnerabilities, possible, ma-hack tayo. Dati, Windows 7, napakadaling i-hack, no? Within the network lang. So sa isang company, mahalaga ito. No? Lalo na yung iba sa inyo dito is nag-aaral pa lang, no, ng security. You need to understand why vulnerability management is very important in a company. Para ma-eliminate yung vulnerability sa certain assets. Lahat ng assets may vulnerability yan. It's either hardware, even the OS, the application, lahat may vulnerability. That's why you need to assess first. You need to prioritize ano ba yung critical. You need to act, remediate, mitigate, or accept the risk kung hindi mo kayang i-mitigate. And then, pag na-patch nyo na, you need to reassess. No? Kailangan i-review, i-rescan, i-validate, and then improve. A cycle para i-protect yung ating mga assets. So that's part of vulnerability management. Part of administrative control is the cybersecurity policy. Okay. It helps the company to set procedures or guidelines. For example, password policy. Password policy ng isang company is bawal gamitin yung old password. Password policy ng isang company ay 12 characters. Complexity, kailangan may capital letter, may small letter, and may numbers and symbols. Nasa policy yan ng company, how they apply. No? Or if you are using Active Directory in your company, yeah, you can do that. You can enforce the policy of the password. And there are a lot of policy na pwedeng gawin. Sa trabaho yun ng mga GRC team, compliance policy analyst, or compliance analyst, or policy analyst. Trabaho nila. Later on, pag-uusapan natin yan, no? If you are looking a career, pwede nating i-guide, no? Yung mga mag-graduate pa lang, and yung ibang mag-shift ng career. So let's talk about technical controls. So anti-DDoS protection. So maraming free, no? I'd like to promote a free, no? And also you can do a research. So non-biased, no? So Cloudflare is a known anti-DDoS that are using, no? If you are a startup company, gamit ka na ng Cloudflare, no? Kasi napakahalaga ito as part of protection ng yung company. May kasama pa yung web application firewall. So if you're a student, pag na-hire kayo later on at hindi alam ng manager niyo kung anong gagawin sa protection sa anti-DDoS, recommend nyo Cloudflare or Encapsula. Marami pa naman guys, pero this is free. This is a free. So I'd like to share free solutions to everyone. Okay, firewall. Ito yung medyo mahal, no? So wala akong ibabanggit na vendor pagdating dito. So firewall, it's a network security system, or it can accept or deny incoming traffic in a layman's term. For example, gusto mong mag-access sa certain port pero hindi allowed ng firewall, hindi ka makaka-access. So talagang siya yung harang, no? Siya yung harang. It's a rule-based. And maraming mga firewall ngayon, no? Yung iba is hardware, yung iba is software. Pag hardware, abot ng million yan. Pag may data center kayo, aabot ng million yung price. So it's a firewall is it can accept or deny incoming traffic or inbound, outbound. So sa mga nag-aaral, pwede nyo i-research about firewall, how it works, paano mag-set up. Pero ang alam ko, pfSense, open source, pfSense, you can use it. Sa home ninyo network, pwede nyo i-set up. Okay. So, mayroong network firewall, pero mayroong tinatawag na web application firewall. So, it more on protection on web application naman. So, ipoprotect niya against OWASP Top 10, SQL injection, XSS, CSRF, and many more. So, mahalaga din to if you have a web application. So, kung gagawa kayo ng web application, yung kanina, meron tayong protection sa secure coding. Right now, we have a protection from attack. Let's say nakalimutan natin yung i-sanitize yung isang input field. Kahit papaano, may isang layer tayo when it comes to infrastructure side web application firewall. Okay? Honeypot. Ito yung pinakagusto ko sa lahat. Pinaglalaroan namin to actually to analyze the attacks of a certain attackers, so threat actors. So si Honeypot, tool to detect or study the attempts of an access to a certain computer. So minsan, akala ng attacker legit yung isang server, yun pala honeypot. So nakikita na agad namin yung mga attempt nila. And we can do a reactive approach like blocking. So maganda kung marami ring open source na honeypot, guys. You can search in a GitHub. A honeypot is very effective if you have a large application na naka-paste publicly. Okay, next is IPS and IDS. So IPS or IDS, intrusion detection system and intrusion prevention system. So basically, they analyze the traffic and compare to known threats. So meron tayong mga tinatawag na open source right now. Ang known talaga dito is Snort. No? Ito yung pinakauna. And then you can set up Suricata. So kung gusto mong makakita ng plain text, LDAP plain text or HTTP plain text sa loob ng network, set up ka ng Suricata. Makikita mo kasi nakikita niyo yung traffic. Makikita mo rin yung attack ng attacker. So napakagandang platform when it comes to intrusion detection system and IPS. And when it comes to rules, napakarami namang mga rules na mga security researcher na nag-create ng rules sa Suricata. Okay? So endpoint protection, endpoint security. When we say endpoint protection on individual device, laptops, desktops, smartphones, tablets from cyber attacks. So, ang goal dito is to protect or prevent the attacks. For example, device protection, network controls, application controls, data controls, and browser protection. Isang example lang, guys, is like, if you are EDR, you can disable the USB. Okay, you can disable the USB. Hindi na makakapagsaksak ng USB yung mga empleyado nyo. If you are working in a corporate network, ang policy ng isang company is to disable the USB. Yan, hindi ka makaka-USB. So, it's a policy of the company. So, connected siya sa policy and you will implement the policy in your endpoint security na you say, bawal ang USB. So, you eliminate the threat through USB. So, isa lang yan, na sa mga use case ng endpoint protection, marami pa yan, yung endpoint protection. SIEM or known as Security Information and Event Management. Ayan, noon tong ginagamit ng mga company to detect attacks, detect and respond to a certain security incident, real time. So si SIEM, marami siyang functionality. It collects logs, analyze from various sources, such as your devices, network devices, servers, workstation, even application logs, pwede mong i-ingest into SIEM. So marami siyang kasama. You can do event correlation, log forensic, dashboard, reporting, file integrity monitoring, and marami pang iba. Depende sa vendor. But I'd like to promote again, hindi naman ako binabayaran yan. I'd just like to share an open source SIEM. Pwede nitong i-implement pag sa inyong company or student kayo ngayon, pag na-hire kayo, yeah. Pero meron pa rin mga commercial guys na talagang maganda pagdating sa ESIM. So you can use this Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. Also the Graylog. So ano ba yung mga view niyan? So logarithm, ganito yung mukha. Si USIM, Alien Bolt USIM, maganda rin yan. Open source din yan. You can set up and makikita mo yung mga events inside your network. Okay? Next is 2FA, no? Marami tayong defense guys na pwedeng gamitin. 2FA or known as two-factor authentication. This is security measures that requires users to provide two forms of authentication. Two forms to access their accounts or system. The first factor is users know yung PIN, password, and second factor is something the user has, like biometric, the smart token or security token or smart card or yung mga PUN natin. So isang example dito is 2FA is using username and password. Second is authentication through your mobile phone. So may tinatawag din tayong multi-factor authentication na ito na yung marami. For example, ito. Sa mga facility na talagang critical, mission critical, they use multi-factor. After you input your PIN, kailangan mo pang mag-text sa phone, kailangan mo pa ng fingerprint. May movie niyan si The Rock tsaka si Ryan Reynolds. Nakalimutan yung pangalan, grabe yung security ng pero na-crack pa rin nila. Every time nagbabago yung PIN, POTP, time-based. Tapos nagre-require ng fingerprint. Sobrang hirap ng security but sometimes talagang crackable din yung mga ganon. Pero siyempre it requires the skills of the hacker. Ayan, red notice, no? Nice, red notice, naalala ko yan. So may mga hacker din, no? So something you know, when we say something you know, ito yung alam natin. PIN, password, security questions, something you have, MFA, USB security key, smartwatch, smartphone, something you are, ito yung meron ka, o kung anong meron sa katawan mo, biometric, fingerprint, facial recognition, iris, no? Or yung tinatawag na iris scan, yung ating mata. So, pag pumasok kayo sa isang company or meron kayong company ngayon, titingnan natin tong multi-factor authentication. Although sabihin ng iba, ng user, hassle yan, kasi after password, kailangan ko pa ng MFA, pero talagang maganda yung benefits when it comes to security. Okay, encryption. So kanina nabanggit naman na yung encryption, type of encryption, asymmetric, symmetric encryption. So yung encryption lang naman guys is a process of converting a plain text into a scrambled format or unreadable text. Maraming encryption like AES, Advanced Encryption System, marami pang iba. Physical security, this is very important, no? When it comes to protect information or an IT infrastructure from physical attacks. So yung kanina nakita nyo, nag-lockpick siya. Pero hindi siya makaka-lockpick kung napakadaming controls. For example, ito. Located siya sa secured peninsula. Meron siyang gate. May key card siya. Number 3. Number 4, meron siyang armed security, no? In the building, sa loob, may nagbabantay. Number 5, merong multi-factor ID for building access. Number 6, merong CCTV. Number 7, mayroon pang isang door na private access na possible merong certain ID lang yung pwedeng pumasok. Number 8 and number 9, sa loob ng data center, may another key card ulit na different na naman yung access. So it's a physical security. Hindi lang siya isa. Hindi lang siya yung fence, hindi lang siya yung bantay, hindi lang siya yung receptionist. It's a combination of security. For example, it's a nuclear power plant na computer na nagpapatakbo. It requires armed guards, access controls, biometric scanners, CCTV, and marami pa. Okay, that's a physical security. So, as a person, as a user din, kailangan natin maging vigilant. kanina, napag-usapan natin yung social engineering. Kailangan maging suspicious tayo. Huwag tayo mag-provide ng information sa hindi natin kilala. Huwag natin i-reveal yung mga personal information or financial information na pwedeng gamitin against us. Pay attention. Huwag click ng click. No? Huwag download ng download. And yeah, protect yourself. Install antivirus, firewalls, and some security or email security. So let's talk about career path. Sino dito yung students? Raise your hand. May student ba dito? Madami, no? Sino dito yung gustong maging security? You're in a field of, tawag dito. Gusto mong lumipat. Dev ka or DevOps ka or system admin ka. So dito guys, makikita nyo. Yung security rapidly growing siya. And maraming position na pwedeng i-fill in. Na technical position and not non-technical position. So ano yung gagawin natin ngayon? Ano yung gagawin natin para ma-acquire tayo ng mga positions? Later, papakita ko sa inyo yung specialty. Security guard, pwede rin. Kasi kailangan niya, no? Tapos marunong mag-ayos ng computer. Develop a strong foundation. Yung iba, hacker agad yung gusto eh. They don't know about networking. They don't know about operating system and the programming and database. We need to develop a strong foundation. That's why yung iba sa inyo nag-aaral para malaman itong mga bagay. Networking, operating system, programming, yeah. Networking, mahalaga yung yung mga Cisco, no? OSI layer, no? Kailangan familiar kayo dyan. Type of operating system, Linux, Ubuntu. Kung makapag-create ka ng sarili mong Linux flavor, mas maganda. Programming, kanina nabanggit na rin yung mga types of programming and databases. Next is gain internship through, gain experience through internship or entry level. Pero before that, kailangan mo mag-training. So later on, pag-uusapan natin yung mga training. Pero kailangan ito guys, may mga friend ako na before is support. May mentor akong isang friend ko na gusto lumipat ng security. Excuse. Gusto lumipat ng security. Sabi ko, kailangan mo mag-train, kailangan mo mag-aral. So, may mga company na nag-o-offer ng internship for entry level. So ngayon, yung kaibigan ko na dating support, IT support, entry level siya sa SOC, SOC position. Updated. Kailangan natin maging updated when it comes to latest technologies, threats, and best practices. Pre-training. Maraming pre-training ha. Ito, share ko sa inyo. Certified in Cybersecurity, ISC2. Visit nyo yan, kunin nyo yung training. 1 million yan eh. So, di ko alam kung napakarami ng kumuha, pero alam ko pwede pang mag-register. So sa mga gusto mag-aral ng security, visit nyo, 1MCC. Okay? And training, self-training, guys, hack the box. Try hack me. What else? Hack the site. Cyber defenders. So actually ako, paborito ko dito, try hack me and hack the box. So dati, mahilig ako hack ng box. Mga easy lang. Ayan. So maraming site na pwedeng i-visit. So try hack me guys, for the beginners. Try to use try hack me. For certification, trainings, may mga kaibigan kasi tayo sa Guide M eh. So I'd like to promote Guide M, BPT or Cyber Defense. Sa EC Council, okay pa din yung ethical hacker dito. Fundamentals siya. Tapos, if you want to focus on a certain field, offensive or defensive course, e-learn security. In-acquire na siya ni INE. If you are hardcore offensive pen tester, go with OSCP, OSWP. And if you go to a higher role, ISC to CISSP. So, specializing. If you have a training, practice training, specializing. mahirap yung jack of all trades sa security. Kailangan mo mag-focus muna. You want the blue team? So if you have blue team, more on incident response, threat intelligence. Offensive, more on penetration testing, red teamer. GRC, this is more on compliance. So mahilig ka magsulat. Mahilig ka mag-risk assessment. Mahilig ka mag-audit. GRC. And if nadaanan mo na yung tatlo, pwede ka na mag-management position. Pwede ka na maging manager. Pero pwede ka rin maging manager ng certain field or certain specialization. Manager ka ng blue team. Manager ka ng red team. Manager ka ng GRC. So, if mahilig kayo sa mga investigation, go with the blue team. If mahilig kayo sa hacking, penetration, offensive. If mahilig kayo mag-manage, go with the management position. Pero ito, it takes years of experience. Mahirap. Mahirap din. Pero step by step lang. Hindi. Meron pang last mamaya. Next is network and hacking conference. Mahalaga yung network, guys. Kailangan mo ng kaibigan. Kailangan mo ng kausap. Kailangan mo ng relationship with other. Hindi relationship na boyfriend-girlfriend. Building relationship with other cybersecurity professionals. Kasi pwede nila tayong tulungan sa developments, job opportunities. Attend tayo ng mga networking events. Hindi yung networking na yung pangpayaman. Network events ng hacking conference. RootCon, DEFCON, Black Hat. Yeah, so RootCon 17 will be on September 27, 28, and 29. Talvista, kita-kita tayo doon. Another one, may bayad. Yes, may bayad siya. Mentor. Finding a mentor is very important. Marami na rin akong tinuruan ngayon nasa magandang landas na, no? Malalaki na yung sahod nila. If you are a newbie, nag-aaral ka pa lang, kailangan mo ng mentor. You can also reach ZyberPh sa akin, through them. We can help you. Send you some links, send you some guides. We help you, we support you, advice and guidance. Last, be passionate. Mahirap pag napipilitan kayo. Kailangan passionate ka sa ginagawa mo. Cybersecurity is a challenging field but rewarding. No. Kailangan passion tayo in learning. Hindi natatapos yung learning in security. Passion tayo in problem solving. Strong work ethic, willingness to learn, passion for cybersecurity can help you to succeed in this field. Ako, passion ko yan talaga. Just like to share to you. High school pa lang ako, mahilig na ako magkalikot ng computer. Mahilig na ako manira. Hanggang college, no? Way back 2012 hanggang ngayon. Ngayon, wala pa rin alam. Ngayon, passionate pa rin, no? Passionate. Still learning. Knowledge sharing, napaka-mahalaga yan. RootCon, di ko pa sure kung magkano. Antay na lang kayo sa website nila, no? Pero isa yan sa magagandang conference na meron tayo. Okay guys, so Job Street. After you pass those, yung kanina, tinuro ko lahat. Trainings, mentorship, internship, certification, specialization, go to aking conference mentor, being passionate, pwede na kayo mag-apply. Pero kailangan nyo ng experience. No? So, internship muna kayo talaga. So, Job Street, marami naman na nag-hire ngayon. Actually, kami sa company namin, hiring kami, digital forensic. Pero ang hirap maghanap. Kulang ng mga analyst, engineers dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya napakahirap maghanap ng empleyado. No? So, if mayroon sa inyong interested, pwede kayo mag-apply. No? Ako yung mag-interview. No? So, let's see. No? So, ayan, Job Street. So, again, yun lang guys. You can visit my page. Pa-like na rin. Bago, ano lang din yan. Wala masyadong like yan. You can also send me an email. You can also visit my website, Late4x, Vector.ph. Marami pa akong website, but this is the main that we have. I think that's it, Boss Joshua, no? Ating DJ. Yun lang po. And maybe you have some like questions. Sorry.
Ayun. So thank you so much, bro. Al Francis, for sharing your insights and knowledge about security and the tips kung paano ma-mitigate ang mga ito. Napaka-solid ng topic, ano? So same as well sa ating mga previous speakers, namely na si Denmark Hudilla and Kevin Pabua. Salamat sa inyo mga bro for sharing your knowledge sa ating first ever webinar session ngayong agaw. And at this moment, we will now go into the question and answer portion. So kung meron kayong gustong itanong sa ating speaker na si Al Francis, go ahead. Just simply press the hand raise button. Makikita mismo ano sa ating application under sa reactions tabs. Kung meron kayong katanungan, go ahead. Huwag kayong mahiya. Ayun, meron tayong dalawang gustong magtanong. So unahin natin tong si Intern 01, si HBSI. Hello bro, what's up? Magandang hapon sa iyo. Narinig mo ba kami? So ito yung katanungan ni HBS Intern 01, ano? Sa tingin niyo po ba vulnerable po yung mga gumagamit ng cracks? Yeah, wait. Gumagamit ng cracks na Windows. Ayun.
Yes. Vulnerable talaga yan kasi we don't know kasi madali kasi mag-compile and naglagay ka lang ng backdoor doon. Talagang napaka-vulnerable. Gumamit ng mga crack, hindi mo alam. I have a friend na gumamit siya ng crack tapos na-hack yung Axie account niya. Hindi niya alam Yun lang in-install niya tapos na-hack na siya. So hindi natin alam yung mga nilalagay ng mga attacker dyan, it's either spyware, backdoor. Once na execute na yung crack na yun, pwede siyang ma-compromise. So talagang vulnerable. Kaya we advise talaga na kung kaya naman, bili tayo ng open source ng license. Kung wala tayong pangbayad, mag-Linux na lang tayo. Yan lang.
Ayun, thank you so much, bro, Francis, for answering the question and as well as ating intern na 01. And at this time, meron tayong another question, no? Galing kay Darwin R. Tijereros. Hello, bro, what's up? Pwede bang marinig namin yung boses mo? You can use the microphone para ma-explain or matanong mo ng maigi ang ating speaker na si Al Francis. Hello, bro.
Hello, good afternoon sa lahat.
Ayun, sige, go.
Thank you, Sir Al Francis. Actually, yung sa akin, sir, is not a question. It's just input dun sa naging presentations, including yung sa nauna sa dalawa kanina. So, actually, yung question ko na covered na nung presentation ni Sir Al. So, coming from the government sector, yan kasi especially sa amin, no, sa aming agency. Yan yung isa sa tinitingnan namin ngayon, yung cybersecurity aspect, no. So magandang yung naging topic na, sir. So nakita ko na hindi na ako magtatanong. But yun na yung gagamitin naming roadmap, no, how we are going to, kasi sa ngayon wala pa kaming talagang cybersecurity team sa aming office, no. So being part of the ICT is one of the major na nasa roadmap natin, kaya so sabi ko ano kaya yung magandang starting point. But with the presentation ni Sir Al Francis, no, so na-gets ko na yung kung saan kayo mag-i-start. So yun lang, I think napakaganda ng presentation and that would be my insights dun sa i-relate ko dun sa aking mga kasama sa office. So thank you, sir, sa inyong presentation. So hindi naman siya actually question but something na commending dun sa naging topics including the two previous presentations. Thank you.
Ngayon, I'd like to add lang din, sir, no? So thank you sa pakikinig. Kailangan lang ng roadmap and planning. Tamang planning and support from the management kasi it requires resources din talaga. Mahirap mag-implement kung walang support. So, kailangan lang talaga ma-explain sa stakeholders na why we need security. Kasi minsan, mahirap i-explain din, no? Sa mga boss, bakit natin kailangan ng security. Minsan, nagkakaroon lang security once na-hack na. So sana maging proactive, no? Baga emergency or care shouldn't start in emergency room. So dapat wala pa lang tayo sa emergency room or hindi pa tayo na-hack. Kailangan na natin start yung building ng security natin. Yun lang po, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ayun, so thank you so much. So meron pa ba tayong katanungan? So kung meron pa, just simply raise your hand sa ating Zoom application para ma-accommodate natin at maitanong natin sa ating speaker. Ano? Okay, so kung wala na, then okay, thank you, sige. So kung wala na, then let's proceed to presenting the certifications para sa ating mga speakers. So may I request sa moderator natin dito na si Bro Mark, bro, can you please share the certificates sa ating mga speakers. So this certificate of appreciation is proudly presented to Denmark. Okay, yeah. This certificate acknowledges your commitment and dedication to sharing your knowledge and expertise with the community. It is a testament to your hard work and the impact you have made in promoting secure programming practices. The certificate was issued on March 11, 2023, and the same certification will be given to Mr. Kevin Pabua and as well as Al Francis. So thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so sa uulitin maraming salamat sa lahat na nakikinig ng first ever witness session. So ang form para sa ating e-certificates ay ilalapag na namin mismo sa chat section or sa comment section. Kindly fill up na lang yung form pag yung e-certificates na galing sa ZyberPh response team. So may I request once again, bro, Mark, pwedeng palapag na lang natin sa ayun. Doon yung form natin. So kindly fill up na lang Mayroon din tanungan and as well as kung paano pa namin ma-improve yung aming webinar session sa susunod. So thank you so much sa inyong lahat. And nga pala, so habang kayo dyan ay nag-fill up certificates, let's have the ating CEO or Chief Executive Officer ng Alataris Technology Incorporation and as well as ang co-founder ng ZyberPh Response Team mulang iba na kundi si Carlos Pofano. Magbibigay sa ating short message bago matapos ang ating webinar. I request Bro Carlos rather. Bro, are you there? Hello?
Ayun, hello. Salamat sa inyo. Salamat Josh at salamat sa mga naging speaker natin kay Bro Denmark, kay Bro Cabin at kay Bro Al Francis. Maraming salamat sa mga sumuporta ng unang webinar natin na sana ay mapapatuloy pa natin itong mga ganitong edukasyon para sa mga awareness natin sa technology. Since nasa technology age tayo, kailangan na natin siguro ng mga ganitong webinar. Since meron naman na siguro ng mga dati, so syempre, si ZyberPh is more on community talaga. So, nag-founded kami in 2014. Pangalan niya pa PH Dev Hub. So, we're community talaga. More on tumutulong kami sa mga gusto matuto ng maging developer at yung nila at yung gusto nilang maging kung ano sila sa maging profession nila. So yun, maraming salamat sa mga sumuporta sa webinar natin. I think tutuloy-tuloy na natin to para same time is ma-educate yung mga tao na gustong matuto pa sa atin. So maraming salamat sa inyo at salamat pala kay Mark Dave De La Cruz at kay Joshua Benas sa mga nasa natin, ang host natin si Joshua Benas at yung moderator natin na si Mark Dave. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you at sana sa susunod na webinar natin is nandito pa rin kayo at supportahan nyo. Ayun, salamat guys. Thank you. Thank you Josh.
Ayun, so thank you so much din Bro Carlos G. Hofano for that short message. Nga pala, hindi ko din makakalimutan of course ang aming mga bigating sponsors kasi kung wala sila dito wala din kami, kasama na kayo syempre ating mga attendees. So the following this webinar, the ZyberPh Response Team would like to thank the following sponsors: Alataris Technologies Incorporation, Home Desk International, DB Code Technologies Incorporation, Vector Philippines, Home Desk VIO, Kahera POS and Idea Risk and Accounting, Lazada Booking Application, BigBot, Nurse Joe, Nursing CPD Units, Atis Gateway, and of course our very own Red AI. And nga pala, we would like to recognize as well ang aming partnership na si DV Code, ang CEO na si Ele Rabadon, and as well as ang yung company na DV Code Technologies. Yes, sana ay goods lang tayo. Ayun. So at this moment, thank you from the bottom of our hearts, sa mga attendees natin ngayon. Thank you sa inyong walang sawang suporta. So once again, hanggang dito na lang tayo at doon lamang nagtatapos ang ating webinar session sa araw na ito. Sana ay nagsama-sama ulit tayo sa susunod na webinar session ng ZyberPh Response Team. So once again, ako ang inyong host, Communication Ad Specialist at Senior Software Developer ng ZyberPh na si Josh. Magandang umaga at mag-ingat tayo palagi. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Mag-ingat kayo, mag-ingat. Magandang hapon and happy weekends everyone. Maraming salamat din sa inyo. Pala sa remaining participants, hello, dito pa ba kayo? Pwede ba tayong mag-request na mag-open camera sa mga remaining participants na andito? Para sa ating attendance. Hello. Ayun, meron pa tayong remaining participants. Tamang-tama. Ayun. So, sa mga natira dito, kasi nalimutan ko talagang i-mention na magkakaroon tayo sana ng open camera para sa picture taking. So, may I request bro, Mark? Bro, pwede mo bang kunan ng picture ang ating mga attendees? Okay, bro Mark, are you there? Hello, bro. Ayun, nandito yung mga attendees natin ngayon. So thank you sa inyo. By the way, bro Mark, please give me a sign kung tapos mo na yung pagkuha ng picture. Thank you so much.
Answer.
Ayun, so okay na ba?
Okay na po.
Ayun, so sige. So once again, thank you sa inyo. At mag-ingat kayo palagi. Ayun. Thank you so much. Thank you. At yes. Salamat. Sige.
Thank you. I think i-close ko yung webinar natin 20 minutes para makapag-register pa kayo sa certificate natin. Thank you.